Okay, what is up, everybody? Welcome back to the stream. Okay, what is up, everybody? Welcome back to the stream. What is up, everybody? Welcome back. All right, slight audio loop there, so to make sure our audio is okay. But yeah, so we are about to finish Tales of Arise. We're gonna start. We're gonna stream till we beat it. We're gonna keep playing till we beat it. Oh, we gotta get into the game. Where we left off, we had a beautiful moment between Shion and the team. Things were said, feelings were maybe not in totality made known, but we're about to go to Lennius. I still have no idea who the final boss. I don't think it'll be the Red Woman. But yeah, we're about to get in here. Wait, I'm sorry. We're gonna go with Lennius and somehow end up fighting Naori. Oh, cool. We have livestock. We gotta talk to the team first.
The end of the world. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
I believe Shion is telling the truth. What about you?
As a friend, yes, I want to believe her. Everything that's happened seems to point towards some sort of great danger that's lurking ahead of us. Still, it's hard to fathom something that could usher outright doom to the world. That those really are the stakes we face.
No, I understand. Even Shion doesn't seem to know exactly what will happen to bring it all about.
We have so many pieces of the puzzle in our hands, so many clues, yet the complete picture eludes us.
So where do her thorns fit in then?
Well, I imagine they must sit at the very center of it all. You remember the voice we all heard while we were inside the wedge, don't you?
Yeah, I remember. It was the will of Dana's astral energy come to life. Well, that's what we all thought.
Right. And from that, we're able to hypothesize how vast concentrations of astral energy can become sentient. Let's return to when we found Shion in Pelagian. When her thorns went wild, they contained far more astral energy than any mere Renin would normally have inside them.
So you think those thorns might be alive too? That their will is what keeps her from dying? But why would they want to destroy the entire world?
As for that, I really cannot say for certain. Its goals still remain a mystery. It may be a mere fluke that her maiden powers have been able to contain it thus far.
You know, I've noticed since we've met that you like figuring out riddles.
Can you blame me? When one realizes that the world they once thought to be true is but a mere facade, they can't help but seek the truth. Especially when that deception has led to others getting hurt.
Dohalim?
I imagine the remaining pieces of the puzzle that we seek rest somewhere within Lennius. As for what the final picture will look like, who can say? I think it's best we not dwell on it too much for the time being.
Right.
So they're setting up some sort of weird sentience of her thorns to be the final boss, I guess.
How you holding up?
Who, me?
Yes, you. You took a hit from those thorns again, didn't you?
Oh, that? That was nothing.
Compared to what Shion's going through, you mean? Still, even if you yourself might be willing to endure that kind of pain, that doesn't mean Shion wants to have to see you get hurt by her thorns, you know?
Yeah, I know. I'll be careful.
Shion doesn't know how lucky she is to have you around, you know? Dashing in to save her at the last minute.
Yeah, very funny.
I'm being serious. You went up and held her close like you still had that mask on, and you didn't even bat an eye. She really needed that. That's what I mean when I said you saved her. Just like you did with the rest of us.
I just want for Shion what we all have. The ability to touch someone without the fear of killing them. Those thorns have robbed her of the kind of everyday things we all take for granted. And it's not right.
You can say that again. It may be normal for us, but that doesn't make it any less special or important for her. I hope she gets what she wants. I have my own dreams, but a world without her, where she dies so we can all survive, isn't a world I want to live in.
Agreed. It's like more and more keeps getting taken from her, and I'm done with it.
Got me. All right.
Can't sleep?
After everything we just heard, how could I?
Fair enough.
Shion's had to deal with so much on her own. Even when we were all laughing and celebrating, she just kept quiet and didn't say anything. I thought she was keeping her distance because of her thorns. That it was because she didn't want to hurt anybody by getting too close. I just figured that that was the type of person she was, you know? But it turned out to be none of that. All this time, she felt like she had to die and sacrifice herself for the greater good. But even then, she didn't think she could say anything to us about it.
I know.
She was so alone this entire time. How could I call her a friend and yet be so completely blind to everything she was going through?
I'm sure it made her happy, knowing you were there for her.
You really think so?
Yeah, I do. If she didn't think of us as friends, I don't think she could have ever opened up to us like that. You were a good friend to her before, and you'll be an even better one now.
Yeah, I really hope so. I want to be the best I can for her. When you think about it, we were all alone in our own way. But over time, we've all found ways to let each other into our lives. I hope Shion's able to do that one day too. No, I mean, I hope she's able to do that more. Lots and lots more. I think it'd be really nice if we could all just be there to support each other when it really counts. And forget about our grudges and pain.
Rinwell.
Man, Tifa.
Did you know?
You mean about Shion?
Yeah, I didn't have the slightest idea. I mean, every once in a while I thought something seemed a little off, but I never could have imagined. It's like a completely different world was spinning around me and I couldn't even see it.
You and me both. I mean, I knew something was bothering her, but I could never quite figure out what it was.
You? But you're the one always looking out for her, aren't you?
That's what I thought. But in reality, I didn't understand it all. What I thought was helping and being there for her was actually just driving her into a corner.
At least you figured it out in time though, right?
I don't think we're out of the woods yet. But yeah, you're right. We brought her back from the edge, and we're going to stop those thorns from taking her. No matter what.
Yeah, with all of us together, there's nothing we can't handle. Shion, the world, we can save everyone. And I mean it when I say we, Alphen.
I know. No lone wolfing it.
Hey, you're the expert on what my dad would say. Do you think he'd pat me on the back or tell me off?
Zephyr, I don't think that he'd have that much to say, to be honest. You're your own man now, Law. And you've already made up your own mind about what you want.
I guess he couldn't say anything even if he wanted to.
Law.
Sorry. I guess those of us amongst the living have enough problems to deal with, don't we? We'll need all our strength to save Shion. I'll probably end up worrying again at some point, but I guess I'll think it over more then. That okay?
Yeah, I think it is.
Henceforth, he'll be known as Man Tifa Yeager. Because, you know, it's still Aaron's voice actor. Now we go talk to the woman herself.
Hey, you doing all right?
I seem to cause nothing but worry. As much as I try to look like I have things under control, everyone still worries about me.
You're not the only one.
Hey, do you remember the first time you said I was your friend?
Friend zoned.
No? When was that? Sorry, I can't remember.
That's okay. It came so naturally to you, I'm not surprised you forgot.
Let's see if it sticks.
I was different back then. The Danans were not even people to me, and I knew I would always be alone. But in that room with Deadheim, when you called me your friend, it just shattered the wall that I'd built up around me. Because until that moment, I'd only seen you as a means to an end. I thought of you as a way to use the blazing sword, and to obtain the Renis Alma. But after that day, one time became two, and before I knew it, you'd made a habit of calling me and Dohalim your friends. It didn't matter that we were Renans. You cared about us as you would any other people. Then, everyone else started to call me their friend too. To think of me as their friend. Before then, I never even dreamed I could have that. I didn't want to die and lose you all. But I also didn't want to live if it meant you would all die in my place.
Shion.
But then I
Female
realized
Barrett.
I'd only really been thinking of myself that entire time. After saying how I felt, and hearing what you all had to say, I finally understood that. Don't worry, it's okay. I'm not planning on dying anymore. I've met too many people along the way who I truly care about to give in now. So I'll fight. For Dana and for myself. I'll fight against my fate to preserve our future. And I'll win, come hell or high water. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I won't let the world end because of me.
It's going to be a long, hard road ahead, Shion. Our fight won't be over until everyone, both Danans and Renans, can finally live in peace. But I swear I'll be there with you until the very end.
Thank you.
Remember what we learned back in Calaglia? There's no wall so high that we can't break it down.
Yeah, I think you may be right about that.
How is she the female Barrett? I was thinking edgy Aerith. I nearly forgot to tweet. Members who have left you. She shoots a gun.
Everyone well rested? Then let's go. We depart for Lenegis.
Why not, like, female Vincent? Alright, so we're supposed to hop on the starship. Go to this... Go that way. However, I want to...
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
Let's get our wrap. Sure, we'll raise more. Wait. We need to raise sheep. Because for some reason you need sheep to make hamburgers. I was wondering that myself after I said Alright. So we have Mantifa. I think we can go with, I don't know, because the whole like, well, you missed that part in the stream, the second stream yesterday. She's like containing this thing that wants to consume all of existence within her body. And she was wanting to sacrifice herself. So I was like, that's kind of Aerith. Aerith like knew she had to die or whatever. But her getup, you look at her, she's like, oh, she's like less edgy female Vincent. Then who's this guy? He's not emo enough for Cloud. But also, I want to get his super weapon. Atonement Edge. We need Megafauna Bones, so I actually cheated and looked up where places I can find those. Who is this chick? He uses a staff. Like Egyptian Sid? Nah, he is nothing in Man Aerith. Huh. That's true. Little mage girl. Magical Yuffie. So we're gonna go try and get these items so we can make our weapons before we jump on our starship. Wait, where do I find them? Adden Lake. So we're gonna go here. And the items we were dropped are Gigant, Masher Bowl, and Masher
Finally.
Mares.
If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
I can't remember what these things are called. Thinking the same thing? Magical Yuffie? Oh, it's not Creeps Up, but we're not.
It can hide itself? Amazing!
Nice while it lasted.
Magic is there! Air thrust! Frost and ready! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Here, let me help!
I'll burn it all! Flaming pillar! Fire!
Here, let me help! Dance in the wind!
Dance in the wind! Non-emo Lulu. Alright, that's perfect.
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop that.
Flick it. It's almost dead.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Oh, I know. Our main character is
With your flames and my technique,
We're stronger together than we are apart.
based almost solely on his voice actor. The Great Ray Chase. He's older, silver-haired Noctis. So I don't fight the giant lizards. I think I fight the birds. What was in here? Ooh, Wachuga. Cecil? What were these things called? Tempestuous
I won't
Mass.
forgive you!
Far beyond the darkest star! Not in your dreams! Far beyond the darkest star! It's a dream!
As impressive as always.
I hope that was improving.
No way! I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Sion actually
take
look
care of that?
flustered.
No sooner said than done.
Here goes!
I can carve little out! Demon's Descent! Flashing Bang!
To be honest, I've only ever played like the.
Yeah, I look pretty flashy out there.
So glad it met with your approval.
I've only ever played like the DS version of Final Fantasy IV, and I only played like the first couple hours.
This will be a
Oh my god,
delicious
where are these
piece of
stupid
cake.
things I need to kill? Give me control. Man, Tifa, let's go.
These ones can run rings around us.
I'll finish you here and now.
We barely managed to turn that battle.
Sweet, you don't need to sound surprised.
Perhaps I'll put more faith in you then.
Well, I certainly won't argue.
Finish it. Eat it.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
Well, it does kind of fit.
We won that by a mile.
Got some apples. Alright, so the thing I looked up said 2 other enemies that have a chance to drop, because we're looking for megafauna bones, are gigant masher bulls and masher mares found in Adden Lake. And I'm not seeing. We have withered wolves, creepzillas. There's a creepzilla. We found more lechuga. A little bit closer to the edge, and I'm about to break. I don't know. This wasn't the right way. Yeet.
What a rush.
Rocks. Some salmon.
Is the blazing sword okay?
A little water's not going to hurt it.
They don't need to play that little voice line over and over. What were these things called? Archer hawks.
Hi, Hoodle.
That'll bring you down.
Oh, I don't. I should use this special.
Not much longer to go.
Come on,
Astral energy.
say no more.
Boom. Melted them.
You sure showed them.
All in a day's work.
There's a glowing dude. Where the heck are these enemies? Some lemons? There's some more withered wolves. They're chasing me. That leads away from the area. Oh my gosh.
Hey, look at that.
Oh man.
That enemy. It's shining.
Oh man,
I forgot what we got.
I hope I live long enough to regret this.
I'll tear you apart. Not today.
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a composing.
Nope, that is silly.
Kick it in the knee, kick it in the knee.
Now I'm real mad. I'll tear you apart. I'll finish you here and now.
That'll bring you down.
I'll tear you apart. I'll tear you apart. I'm on a roll now. I'm off my focus. Whirlwind sword. I'll tear you apart. I'll tear you apart. Burn. I'll tear you apart. I'm on a roll now. Armor won't save you.
Lightning condemned.
I'll finish you here and now. Death blossom.
Holy land. That's my cue.
I'll tear you apart.
Shut him down.
That is fun. That freaking does it. Here I come.
Hold together. Just a little longer.
Thanks for the sympathy.
Get it together. We need you informed.
That freaking does it. Talon storm.
Searing flame.
Tear you apart! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Hey! Poodle's quivering! I think we're about to be real lucky!
Real lucky we found more lettuce. Not the enemies we were looking for. That dragon wasn't there before. Come here, bro. A vandal dragon.
No good.
Far beyond the darkest skies!
Rising Wyvern!
What a relief!
I'll shoot them out of the sky!
You shouldn't have messed with me!
Aim for the weak.
First aid!
I'll finish you here and now!
No escape!
Oh, man,
Mirage!
I never miss!
Eagle assault! Armor won't save you!
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down!
War now! Eagle assault! Strike! That's freaking shocking!
I'll heal you all!
I'll run you through!
Sleep now! Healing
Rolling snap!
That's
Rising burn in hell!
Thanks for the healing.
Watch yourself, okay?
Yeah, you too.
I'm all stopped up! Mega Ray!
It looks like you got this one covered.
Finish it! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Hold up! Is this as valuable as I think it is?
Probably not. Yeah, I think this place is dead.
We should be able to cook here.
Nah. Found a boat. Alright. Can we just go straight to the wedge? We can. We can. Oh, we can't go directly to certain things, but we can go like directly to here. That's awesome. Because the other place the thing said is from those giant oinky rhino.
Looks like we made it here in one
things.
piece.
How do I get back up? Take this door. It says they can be found by Armanthus boss and Armanthus Equus can drop mega final bones. Wait, what was this thing called? This giant dog thing? Cerberus. Yo, bro. What are you called? Polymensis.
It's on! I'll tear you apart! I'll finish you here and now!
No further! Mirage!
So much for sitting this fight out. Wouldn't be a complaint on what? No, that's silly. Anything in armor is all mine. I'll smash you!
I'm all stopped up!
Burn!
This'll come in handy. Will this help?
Talon Hurricane! Swallow Blade! Glimmer Tornado Alpha! Blew away!
Sorry to be Bob.
We've all got enough.
Yes, ma'am.
Rising Wyvern!
Eat this!
Glimmer Dragon!
Do you require a hand?
Eat this!
This one's mine.
I'll run you through!
Lightning orb.
That's enough!
Illuminate the dark!
Swallow Blade!
Hear the healing holy lamp!
Torrent! First strike! I'll run you through!
Can't get out of this!
Searing
I'm
flare!
on it!
Illuminate
Run
the
you
dark!
through!
Tornado Alpha! Holy lamp!
All good things come to
This
this one.
one's mine! Talon Hurricane!
Beyond the darkest skies!
There you go.
Take this!
Feel like me ready
Take
up.
this! I owe you one.
Now you see what I can watch
Swallow
this.
Blade!
Eagle assault!
Funnel Torrent! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here, let me
First
help.
strike! I'll run you through!
On the chin.
Dragon tear you apart!
Now
Try
take
it!
the groove.
I'm all stopped up!
Explosive ring!
Annihilation!
Eagle assault!
Into the shadows! Illuminate the dark! I'll run you through! Watch it!
You picked the wrong fight! Eat this! I'll run you through! Rising Wyvern! Talon Hurricane!
Healing Wall! Thanks so much!
Dragon Swarm! Watch your healing! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
That took more energy than I expected.
The dog was not the dog we were looking for. I think it's these giant things that I avoided like the plague last time. Do we have any materials? I think it is. I think it's gonna be at 0.
Go no further!
I don't want to fight y'all.
Raging storm!
Here I come!
The wise warrior knows when
This
to call
one's
it
gonna
quits.
be tough!
We got away safely. Oh, come
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out.
Raging cascade!
run, 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 run away, run away, run away, run away, run away. That's not fair. I fled while
Whatever
laying
you
down.
do, just stay away from the force!
I think this leads to a place where we can fight the things we're looking for. Yeah, these things over here. Leave me alone, you blooming oh, come on.
Here's a healing arc! Raging
I
cascade!
really owe you one.
Ready to go! Dance to the wind! Let's cut our losses!
Yes, that's. Alright, I think. What's up, fellas? Armidas Boss and Armidas Equus? I thought they were going to charge me. Yeah, I think we're looking for these things.
Dispose
Yeah.
of the trash.
Burn in hell!
Raging cascade!
I'll run you through!
Body slam us into that weak!
Armor won't save you. I'm on it. Go, 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 side. I'll tear you apart.
Hit him in the butt. Hit him in the butt.
This one's mine!
Now I'm sorry to be bothered.
We've all got enough.
Yes, ma'am.
Demon Fang!
It looks like you got this one covered.
Demon Fang!
Watch it. Almost.
Will this help? Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Flaming
Healing
thrust!
circle!
Rising Falcon!
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint.
Watch this. Nope, that'd be silly.
Illuminate the dark!
Oh, I didn't use the super.
Holy quiver! Annihilation! Daring flames!
I'm beating the crap out of his
Now
thigh.
I'm in the groove.
To be let free!
Dance in the wind! Lunar field! Lunar blast! This back into the fray! Annihilation! Chinese interceptor!
Watch it.
Raging cascade!
Here I come!
Raging
In a bind.
I owe you PR. Healing is what my art
I
do
will
best.
carve through armor.
All I can do is cause havoc and destruction.
I'll burn it all! Flaming pillar! Fire!
Still hot day.
That'll bring you down. Air thrust! Outstanding form.
The flame inside is yours to be let free!
That's now in the groove.
Not today!
There you go.
Thanks, Shion.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Dragon Swarm! Take this!
Lightning
Yeah, Maul does more damage.
I'm on it. Kisara, Commander of Heaven. Phoenix Cyclone.
Dance in the wind!
Double Demon Fang.
What's this?
Armor won't save you!
No more playing nice! Dance in the wind! Here! There you go! Don't let up! Here's the hero!
Here I go.
Here's evil!
Death Blossom!
If it's in the sky, it's
No
mine!
further. I'll run you through.
Hey!
Finish it.
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Please give us the item.
Quite necessary when creating weaponry.
Alright, I think I need... The thing I said you'll end up being... Because we need 2 for his super weapon. 1 for Kisara. We need to... Alright, who do we do for Kisara? We need a Final Fantasy analog for Blonde Super Shield. Check. Where's the door? Up there. I'll run this way. Who do we say Kisara is? Is there any like big shield user in Final Fantasy? Let's save it since we have at least some of the items. I can't think of who's a big shield user in FF.
I'll heal you all! This one's mine! Here's a healing art! I'll tear you apart! Complete the Here! Illuminate the storm!
Double Demon Fang. Demon Fang. Double Demon Fang.
Take this!
I'm all done!
Now you see what I can do!
Swallow Blade. First strike. Lightning Wyvern.
These fists have got your name on them!
Rising Storm.
Now. This'll come
Watch
in handy.
this.
Let me help. Far beyond
This
California!
will come on.
All upon thee! Into the shadows!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Here, let me help. I can't heal you forever.
Eat this! I'll run you through!
Let's get you all tucked away. Annihilation!
Can't get out of this.
What's this?
Double Demon Fang.
Will this work?
Rising Wyvern.
Thunder field!
Steiner? Female Steiner?
I owe you one.
I owe you, Sion. Healing is what my arts do best. All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
Escape.
Here, let me help.
Flame inside me.
I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this. Deus Roar! Lunar Corruption!
Severing Wind.
Gemini Roar!
Dragon Distance.
Lightning Inferno!
Who-
I'm all stuffed up.
Do you play Final Fantasy 6? Does everyone play Final Fantasy 6 in chat?
There.
Ready to
Burn.
rip!
Gemini Storm! Light Astral! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy Glimmer! Holy Ram!
What's this?
Blade.
Gemini Aqua!
Coming through. Ha! Melt. Scarlet Inferno. Rising Wyvern. Push. Tear. Rising Dragon.
Demon's Descent!
Flashing Fang!
Easy! Way to go!
Demon Fang. First strike. Demon Fang.
Now you see what I can do!
Demon Fang.
What's this?
Air thrust! This one's mine!
To the flame and artery. Coming to you left free. Demon Fang. Burn in hell.
Eat this!
Thunder healing circle! Whirlwind dance in the wind!
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint.
Nope, that is silly.
Outstanding form. Everyone, get back! It's too dangerous!
I'm on it.
Healing circle!
Rising
Raging
Water.
star!
What a relief. What's this?
Here, let me help. First aid!
There you go. Take this.
Rising
Annihilation!
Demon Prey!
Now I'm in the
Just do it!
groove.
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
Hey, I'm pretty lucky.
Boom. So we'll do it one more time? Fight them, then we can make our weapons?
Here's a healing arc! First aid!
You picked the wrong fight!
I'm on shattering pieces.
It's over! Severing blade!
And more than can all burn out.
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint,
I can carve. Nope, that'd be silly.
Oh, this.
What's this?
First aid! Talon storm! Take it! Help it! This one's mine! Eagle of Flash!
Demon Prey!
It's time.
Glacial spear! Here's the
Oh, you jerk.
Here's a healing arc!
Oh, they made you do that.
Glacial spear! Here's the evil! Spear blaster! Let's get you all tucked away! Illuminate the dark!
What are these things weak to?
Flare tornado!
Oh, now I'm real
Water,
mad.
hear my call! Red! Here, let me help! First aid!
Here I go!
I'll crush you! Ah! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! I'm on a roll now.
Try this!
Illuminate the dark!
We can holy?
Holy land!
Or light, I mean. Nope.
Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
I'll smash you!
Damn it!
Can't get out of this!
Magic is there! Air thrust! You get the gist! Air thrust! Blah blah blah! Air thrust! Heart requires complete focus! Blah blah blah! Air thrust! Damn it!
Here I come!
Mega ray! Blah blah blah! Air thrust! This one's mine!
Take this!
Blah blah blah! Air thrust!
Now I'm in trouble.
Thanks, Kisara!
Finish it!
Dohalim!
Light burst force!
Radiant Genesis!
Radiant Genesis.
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Just as the doctor
Time for one more! This one's mine!
I'm sorry to be a bother.
We've all got enough on our plate.
Holy land!
Yes, ma'am.
Blah blah blah! Air thrust!
Now you're talking.
Radiant pierce! Lightning condemn! Hear my call! Thunderblade! Illuminate the sky! Water! Holy land! Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Now you see what I can do.
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Healing circle! Blah blah blah!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Lunar corruption! Hit! I'll
tear you
never
apart!
miss! Bullseye! Blah blah blah! Air thrust! Blah blah blah!
Finish it! In an instant!
Impact block!
Boom.
Everyone's still in one piece?
One megafauna bone? Oh my gosh. Ugh. Do we do the fight one more time? 'Cause I think so. We need 6 total. Two for one weapon, 1 for someone's, 3 for another one, or 2 for Cecil Noctis, 1 for Celeste, maybe, I don't know, and 3 for less edgy female Vincent. Shion. We'll move on. Don't want to lollygag too much. You know what? We'll go to hell on earth, the stupid oil owl forest, and see what they have for us.
Do you sense one of your friends who...
Please give it to me all at once. Don't make me do multiple times, please. Noble Blossom. I need to sneeze. Old-fashioned dress armor made on Lenegus. Its vivacious, flowery coloration makes it hugely popular among red and women. Noble Crimson. Old-fashioned dress armor made on Lenegus. The passionate crimson that tinges it brings out its wearer's womanly charms in full force. Scarlet Inherited Coat. Clothing passed down from generation to generation among a mage clan. Its fiery redness signifies the strength and ferocity of wearer's willpower. Blue Inherited Coat. Clothing passed down from generation to generation among a mage clan. Its vivid blue dye symbolic of the wearer's profound tenderness. Silver Sincleaver Armor. Replica of the armor worn by a storied Danon hero. The yellow cloth draped over the silver armor is proof of the wearer's valor. Copper Sincleaver Armor. Replica of the armor worn by a storied Danon hero. The copper armor and crimson cloth thirst. The crimson cloth thirst for the blood of evildoers night after night. Red Black Wolf Vest. A suave black and red outfit designed for martial arts practitioners and an accompanying wolf head that gleams with black luster. Green Wolf Vest, an outfit designed for martial arts practitioners. The column green hue mysteriously gives the wearer the air of a fighting master. Wolfless Vest, an outfit designed for martial arts practitioners. It's lighter without Law's trademark wolf head, but feels far more lifeless in comparison. Crimson Hairpin, a crimson hairpin shaped like a butterfly that spruces up the wearer's looks with a pleasant flower near the face. Silver Hairpin, a silver hairpin shaped like a butterfly. When paired with Rimwell's black hair, it shines like a star in the night sky. Dark Blue Hairpin, a dark blue hairpin shaped like a butterfly that pairs well with mellow, subdued outfits. Night Guardsman Armor. Armor provided to the Guardsmen of Elda Menancia that's been painted black from top to bottom for nighttime combat. Aquatic Guardsman Armor. Armor provided to the Guardsmen of Elda Menancia that's intended for aquatic combat, as evidenced by its blue coating. You're right, this is a lot of stuff.
Look! It's all the owls we found. I guess this was their way of thanking us for finding them.
It looks like they're grouping up by color. Is that a thing?
Actually, the color of Dan and Owl's feathers,
already learned this.
so maybe they stick to certain groups.
Then I guess that...
Get me out of here. Get me out
They
of here.
seem...
Maybe they're...
Get me out.
I think the...
Get me out. Get me out. Get me out. Get me out. Get me out.
Maybe
Right.
we'll...
Can you understand?
For some...
Oh,
Well,
Get
don't...
me out. Get me out.
I...
Seems like it.
Worst part of the game. Get me out.
Looks like we got another reward.
I didn't realize that so many still remained. Dan and Al.
I thought the Dan and Owls had all been...
just so...
We
Yes,
can only wish
I'm
that they all
aware.
died out.
Places like...
It's a with proper training.
What are they hooting?
Alpha and...
Huh?
Yeah?
It's my...
Stop.
This is what...
Of course.
I must say
Why is
that
there
it's
so
a
much
test-
owl dialogue?
Rinwell?
Oh, no, well,
Thank you. All right, let's see what looks cool. We don't want equipment. We want outfits. So she got this one. That looks neat. That one, or the original one. What do we think, chat? Blue inherited coat, scarlet inherited coat. or other blue inherited coat. I think this one looks. All right, I'm kind of partial to this one because my alma mater, Laterno University, we rocked the blue and gold, as well as my high school. Oddly enough, we rocked blue and gold. And Magical Yuffie. Alright, I'm a executive order. I'm gonna do that. We have attachments. Oh, that's all the stupid stuff. Weapon skin. Oh, we don't need any of that. Golden hairpin. Parted bob cut. So this is just no pin? What's changed? Why is the hood moving slightly? Y'all see that? The way the hood's moving? Leave the gold one in. Alright, Shion, what do you got? Got that one. We already had these. Noble. Oh, it's just the same thing, just like mint colored. Oh. That's metal. Know what that is? Guess in the chat. Guess what that is. That's Vincent. That makes her even more Vincent looking. So you can like remove the braid. Whatever. Alright, that one looks pretty awesome. Oh, and if we get the sword, oh, that's gonna look tight. That one looked tight too. We're gonna do that one. Unkempt hair. The wolf, I'm gonna be honest, the wolf makes it look ridiculous to me. Although that one does look alright. I hate this music. We'll give him that one. Oh, he didn't get any new costumes? Oh, Rocket Kisara. With some sunglasses? Heck no. I still think with the armor on, his character design looks less pro tag, more side character. Alright, let's get out of here before I lose my mind. Where is the... Oh, it's in the Berg volcano.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
All right. Let's... Forge weapons. Yes. Look how sick. It's Sick! Atonement Edge. Let's go. Crafting equip. Boom. Boom. This giant, hilarious looking thing. I think the armor looks so much cooler than the white stuff. Oh, we're out of money. Oh, we don't need this many tomatoes. We can sell 18 tomatoes. We'll sell 8 beefs. Ooh, rat pygmies. For some money. Oh, we can sell our old armor, that's right. Buy some items. Need more orangels. That sword name was so OP. Atonement Edge. I know. Oh, I forgot. I have to change the arms. Sommelier. Increases normal attack limit. Allows you to unleash one more normal attack during a combo. Sick. Oh, she's got 1,000 SP. I don't know what. Option paralysis. I don't know what that one. She's got 1,000 also. All her things suck though. Increase attack, elemental attack when surrounded. Sure.
I always love.
One thing I like about this game is that because your thing can look different, whoever you can basically pick whichever one you want. Wait, how do I remove? Oh, it's boom. Oh, it's sick. That looks so sick. With the new armor look, looks awesome.
The sound of hammers banging away.
And I don't know if you noticed, but we also changed. Now she's super Vincent. I saw that. That's the most Vincent looking thing. You just need to dye her hair black. Get it like a sweatband. Alright. Let's rest up. But let's get out. Oh, an hour in, we're finally gonna progress
You
the
guys
main
want to
story.
rest here?
Yeah, we want to rest. Then we're gonna progress. Indeed.
Huh? Why are you staring at me?
Cause she cute. You're cute.
Oh,
Wow, why am I so
we
blurry
thought
now?
we'd turn the tables and critique your appearance for a change.
It's not fair if we're the only ones subjected to it.
What?
Did you guys hear? Apparently, she found that dress of hers in some old ruins.
Alphen, we haven't heard from you yet. Would you care to tell us your verdict?
Sure, I guess. To be
Why am I
honest,
so
when I
blurry?
first saw Shion in that dress, I
Quit it!
was absolutely captivated.
All right, I think that's enough fun for one day.
On my OBS, I keep like I'm blurry and then I'm fine for a moment. Does it look weird on stream? See, that's fine. I mean, I've got this weird green screen chroma key thing going on. Alright, that looks a lot better. Alright. Sure, we'll cook. Alright. Look at this. Can you see what's wrong with this? I had a little mini rant about this whenever I first saw it. You see what's wrong? Oh, wait, wrong way. Can you see what's wrong with this? Can you? A grilled ground beef put inside of a round bun pairs well with a fizzy drink on a hot day. It's a hamburger. Look at the ingredients. It still gets me. Still gets me. What kind of rosemary crap is happening? Oh, on the burger? Yeah, it looks ridiculous. But look, it's freaking oh, wrong hand. Sheep meat. Sheep meat. It literally says over there, I'm running out of room. Grilled ground beef. Like everyone knows. Hamburger. It's made out of hamburger. Ground beef. Sheep meat. That made me way too tilted. Also, yeah, all the leaves and stuff. They have failed us. I don't know. Alright, but we're gonna eat one anyway. Make this like this. Alright, who do we talk to? Rinwell or Kisara? We have Magical Yuffie. Or, no wait, young, less emo Lulu. Lulu Yuffie. Yeah, Lulu and Yuffie do the Dragon Ball Z fusion dance. There we go. Nailed it. Tifa Yega. And then I don't know who to say for Kisara. I was gonna say, oh god. Like, have you played Final Fantasy VI? Would Celeste be a good fit? I don't know. But because we absolutely nailed the Final Fantasy analog of Luffy, because let's be honest, if they did the Dragon Ball Z fusion dance, Lulu and Yuffie, they'd be called I don't think they'd be called Yulu. I think it would be Luffy. Well, if they they do the fusion dance, it's gonna be Luffy. If they do Patara, then they'll be Yulu.
Rinwell, mind if we chat a little? What's wrong? You're looking pretty down. Something on your mind?
Yeah, you could say that. It's just, well, there's something that's been eating away at me for a long, long time. Do you mind if I share it with you?
Yes.
Of course not. I'm glad to listen.
See, my mom and dad used to tell me I shouldn't go around casting magic. But there was one time I did, behind their backs. And when I did, Almadria showed up.
Huh?
I hated Almadria for destroying everything I loved. But what I hated most was myself. For breaking my promise to my parents. Even though I swore I'd get revenge, there was always this nagging part of me that wondered if I even had any right to do so.
Rinwell, it was Almadria who killed your family. Don't torment yourself over one mistake.
How can you say that when my mother and father died because of me?
This may not comfort you much, but I'll say it anyway. I have a feeling your parents always knew something like that might happen.
What do you mean?
There was always a chance that someday, someone was going to find you and your family. But even knowing the risks, they still taught you magic. And there are two reasons I can think of for that. First, your talent. Second, they were hedging their bets.
That's not what it said. It said heading.
On what?
Heading their bets.
On you,
They messed
Rinwell,
up.
and how you turn out when you grew up. Sure, learning magic may invite danger, but it would have been even more dangerous to live in hiding without being able to defend yourself. They knew what they were getting themselves into when they taught you magic. And I think they did it because of how much they loved you.
Because my mother and father loved me.
Sorry, I know I shouldn't be putting words into your parents' mouths.
No, it's okay. I used to think I would have been better off if I never knew how to use magic. And if I'm really honest with myself, sometimes I still think that. But after traveling around with all of you guys, I've learned that there are things I can do with magic. That there's a point to it after all. So I'm going to keep trying. I'm gonna try and accept it as part of who I am. I want to use it to protect my friends. To protect the future of Dana. Do you think that's selfish of me?
Not at all. I wouldn't want it any other way with you, Rinwell.
Luffy. Wait, what's the name of the protagonist of One Piece? I never watched that. Isn't it something similar?
Good night. Thanks to you, I was able to rest easy.
Let's go get our sheep meat that we can use for our ground beef. Wow, the textures are really popping in, and you hear that? Thanks to you, she rested easy. Wait, nudge there. No, she's into law. She's into Mantifa. All right, I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'll be right back. We're gonna take off on our starship, the Millennium Falcon, and hopefully we're gonna be well on our way to finishing this game. All right. Take off? Yes.
Well, it's the moment of truth.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that. You're going to jinx us.
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like...
Fall Knights.
Huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
I like it. Sounds perfect for our little escapade.
Not sure I'm completely convinced, but... well, it's as good a name as any. From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
I
Okay,
honestly,
people. We have two goals.
sorry.
First, we need to get to Lenegus and make the Renans finally leave Dana alone. And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shion's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good? All right, then let's go.
I thought they were gonna name it the Zephyr. You know, the guy who got us started on this journey. Oh, they cleaned off all the weeds. Holy PlayStation
No.
1 space looking
I can
background.
still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Danans feel pretty small too, huh?
How much longer until we reach Lenegus?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there. Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
In that case, she's all yours.
Part expanded. You figured they'd familiar.
Everything okay, Shion? You seem a little different.
Different? Like in a bad way different?
No, not at all. You seem more driven lately, like you found a zest for life. It suits you.
You figured they'd oh my gosh, I can't talk. Familiarize themselves with the facilities and the layout of the ship before they took it into outer space.
We'll be going to Lenegus soon.
This must feel like a homecoming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Lenegus like back then? You know, before you came to Dana.
Let's just say, I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life, for as long as I can remember. They called it treatment, but in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean, they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me.
Barry
The
Vincent.
look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something. Some existence, huh? A blight on any I touched. Helplessly complicit in their pain. I thought things couldn't get any worse. But then they did. I started to have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Unable to so much as touch another soul. Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by oblivion. And that's when it hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice myself to save the world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive that.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live, but why not the other way around? Why shouldn't we be the ones dying to save you?
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
That's exactly my point. Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stakes? How is that even right? It's that logic that's used to justify slavery, as if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to give up our own lives to save everyone else's either. If we're doing this to protect people, if we're doing this to save the world from destruction, then that has to include saving each other as well.
A world free of sacrifice. That's what you've been fighting for all along, isn't it?
Not just me. We're in this together, remember? This fight is yours too, Xion. If we're going to win, everyone has to win. There can be no room for losers in this fight. Now I see it. The true nature of our struggle.
A victory without losers. But that means that a Dahnan victory over Rena can't be the end. Do you think we can pull it off?
You bet we can pull it off. We have to. It's the only hope we have of things ever changing.
Yeah, you're right. No one's ever changed the future without aiming for the stars. We can do this together.
I had an epiphany. She's even more Vincent than I initially thought. She has this thing inside her. This thing that's very chaotic. What does Vincent have inside of him? Chaos. We'll seize our future by our own hands. Also, I very much appreciate the Cameron Grimes reference in chat. Much appreciated.
Is something wrong?
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me, though, you too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. This trip will probably mean facing up to some difficult emotions. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that. But the future's what we make it.
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. We have more pressing matters to address. Come back and speak to me when you finish looking around the ship.
Hey, Alphen, listen to this! So Law and I were just talking and...
Hey, shut up!
What's got Law all flustered?
Only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And after all that fuss he made about naming the ship, too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, you know, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem then.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renan technology. It got me to Dana in one piece, remember?
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alphen, it must be okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alphen. It's just wrong, okay?
Are you still worried? No, why would you think that? This is how we get out? Where the heck's the engine room? I swear she looks so much cooler than the new one. They all do. Gosh, that sword looks awesome.
You okay? Feeling airsick?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank goodness.
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is. It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
It's a healing pod. It fixes injuries and illnesses.
Oh, you don't say. That should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? But that'd mean you were inside for 300 years?
Yes, it sounds crazy, I know. But don't even ask me why I stayed asleep all that time.
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant to or not, I sure am glad that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far without you. And not only that, but... Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence, and needing to learn what it entailed?
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt really compelled to fulfill my brother's wishes. I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now, and those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Danans, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that. And the one who brought me along was you, Alphen. I'll forever be grateful to you.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least, until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know. But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh? Let's take things one step at a time.
It's been a long, winding road getting here, but in the end, I'm glad we all met. Alright.
Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations to land.
Before we do that, just what exactly should we expect when we get down there?
Kisara has a point. Now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing about Lenegis.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries since I was last there, and they didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegis was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dana. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right? So people's positions are fixed at birth.
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence, and those lineages are treated as nobility.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to Dana even if they wanted to. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renan ladder is considered superior to being a Danan. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right? What about you, Shion?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You really need to ask?
Fair point.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Wait a second. Are you? He is! Lost blushing!
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this red woman, are we expecting to find her on Lenegis?
I would wager so. Lenegis is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being stolen from us in Pelegion.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit Dana, we need to take it back at all costs.
That red woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shion, we'll find them. There's no one here. I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegis's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
So now what? We've come all this way on a hunch that this red woman is here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the Sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
Forbidden? What are they hiding?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a Sovereign in our midst. In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegis would have required an immense source of power.
Then you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Shion's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone. Beyond that wall lies a city full of Renans. The capital city where Shion and Dohalim used to live, no less. Who knows what we'll find on the other side?
we just gonna go watch Eternals? Tight. I enjoyed it. Is this your first? Would be your first time seeing it? I don't. We just had a freaking cutscene, and it's like, all right, here's another one.
Thinking about what could be lurking out here is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
For such a loudmouth, you sure can be a worrywart at times.
Oh,
Enjoy it.
I'm sorry. How stupid of me for wanting us to stay safe.
Would you two children stop squabbling? Or do you want everyone to know we're here?
Tune back into the stream when you're over, when it's done.
So how many Renans actually live in this place?
I couldn't tell you exactly, though not as many as you might expect. Machines and Zeugles take care of most of the city's basic functions.
There's Zeugles out here too, huh? Sounds like we can't afford to let our guard down after all.
Whoops. Okay. "24 minutes. Neat. All right.
What in the world?
This being Renan territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
When Lenegus changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior too.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest? And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home. Let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself. Okay, Do?
So who's Faria?
Law?
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegis are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find out.
While we're at it, we can ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
Let's leave the talking to Shion. We can't have a bunch of Danans poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think that's for the best.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegis has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two. The Danans among us should probably keep our heads down.
What if people freak out?
I shall explain it away by saying I'm leading you.
What are we, dogs?
What could be so important? It's worth destroying people's livelihoods and homes in the process. It's just unbelievable. Uprooting an entire city as if it were mere building blocks. Someone's got an awful lot of questions to answer.
From how it looks, they must be siphoning off astral energy from Dana, and then sending it to Rena.
But why do all this? What for? Surely they can't be using all that energy for the crown contest.
Whatever their purpose, disrupting their siphoning process alone won't be sufficient. Not while we still don't know what their endgame is.
He's right. We need to stop this from happening ever again.
This Forbidden Zone might be where we find some answers, right? So what are we waiting for? Let's get moving!
You heard him. You don't have time to stop and chat. Let's move.
Alright, I was curious, and this just said it. I looked up how much longer after Lenegis, and some people are saying 10 hours? This might not be the final day. Is Lenegis done for? The residential quarter is falling apart. Everything all topsy-turvy in the residential quarter. There are lots of injuries. Stuff keeps dropping on people and they're also falling down.
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zeugles have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First Lenegis mutates beyond recognition, now this unexpected visit. The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris House has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
The Sovereign knows best. His will works in mysterious ways.
So, I've been wondering, do you think when Lenegis was built, it was even made with people living here in mind?
What do you mean?
Well, none of this happened by coincidence, right? They must have designed it to transform like this. But then, if they knew people were going to live here, you'd think they would have taken that into consideration. to avoid all this chaos.
Ordinarily, yes. You'd think so. Trust me, as far as we were concerned, Lenegis was our home, nothing more. No one knew about all this. It makes you wonder whether the city was just built on as an afterthought. But if so, to what exactly?
Sorry. That probably sounded weird, huh?
Not at all. Sometimes it takes an outsider's eye to help you notice what you've been missing all along. This place is a mystery, that's for sure. Something tells me we'll find answers where we're going, though.
Yeah, you're right, Shion. I'm sure we will.
Well, where am I? I just went out for a walk, but now I don't know where I am. I don't know, everything's falling apart and looks completely different. I can't get a hold of mother or father either. You have nothing to fear, kids. I'm sure there's a reason for everything going on. But even the Zeugles are out running loose. That seems dangerous. Zeugles are nothing more than our servants. They may have gone now, but I assure you I'll have them back under control before long. If you kids consider yourselves to be proud Renans, then be brave. We'll have the situation fixed before you know it. Where's that dang sovereign when you need him? Can't he see the city's in trouble? Let's not jump to conclusions now. I'm sure there's a reason he hasn't appeared yet. Let's simply give it time. Orange Gale. In all my years, never seen such potent healing arts. Thank you so much for taking the time to help an old woman like me. Fancy parfait recipe. Nice. More ag. Goddess of Kindness. Aqueous Impact. Heck yeah. Maybe I should save for that. Oh, I definitely should save for that.
I wonder just how many people have been saved by Shion in some form. I'm impressed.
There's rumors flying around about people being saved by a Renin vision of beauty.
The vision of beauty? That's a bit much.
Alphen had better stay on his toes.
Where do I come into this?
Your lordship. Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
All red, eh? No, I can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time.
I wonder if they'll put the current crown contest on hold. The Zeugles suddenly stopped listening to our commands. As soon as we turned our backs, they bolted for the horizon. Nothing like this has ever happened before. We have to put the crown contest on hold. We can't carry it on while things are like this.
Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home, is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were and Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renan, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent, which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth, that Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, that one guy even said his Zoogle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Danon. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made Sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that 2 Sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganeth Haros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off-limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it!
Cutscenes for days.
With nobody left to run the show, I wonder what the people here are supposed to do. I mean, their sovereigns up on the Renin homeworld, and all their lords were sent to Dana.
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Only current acting lords have power. Renin society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegis now. Balsif, Ganabelt, Almadria, and Volron. Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
I know. But seeing Renins in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, a little.
If you're that curious about them, why not try inquiring with some of the locals? Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegis. And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dana, which means they should be more inclined to talk to us.
Oh my gosh. Alright. New theory. Which, granted, isn't all that out of left field. It's basically just going off what they just showed and talked about. There's not actually anyone on Rena. It's just an empty planet. Lenegis was a space station society thing. Got inhabited by former Danans. Who, because for some reason, astral energy or something to do with the mages, I don't know, got the whole ability to go, oh, they used to be the mages! Or they were mages or something, and they went up and they made a space station and became a own thing. Then they were like, screw them, and then wait. I think they're all just one people. There's not actually any real Renins. Why is there already another scene though? Save it. You want to know which lord I support? Why? Are you out canvassing for someone? I'm with His Excellency. Wolseley Teldilly, whatever. You probably know him better as Lord Balsef. I know a lot of people consider him to be a giant brute. Believe me, I realize he can be an aggressive man. What those people don't realize is how much he looks after the members of his house. It's fair to say that House Teldillies doesn't enjoy much esteem. Those of us who serve it will be the first ones to fly. But His Excellency always stands up against any who would mean us harm. Of that we can be sure. His efforts in the Crown House aren't only for his family, but to improve the standing of each and every member of his house.
Yes!
I owe so much to His Excellency. I could never dream of serving any other lord.
Balsef had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he might have had something he wanted to protect.
You want to know which Loris? Never mind. You want me to go backwards? Whatever. Run. Lord Dohalim, you have returned. Ah, and I see you brought aids with you. Do you remember who I am, my lord? Surely you must, yes. Not only do I support House Okaris, but more specifically his lordship personally. So much so, I've been trying to share my appreciation of his lordship to any who will listen. In fact, I was planning to publish my extensive writings on the subject through this very terminal for all to read and enjoy. But since the lines appear to be cut due to the recent tumult, I've been unable to upload them. I know, since you're all here, I'll just read them aloud. Ahem. There exists a most handsome man, a man who radiates beauty, whose every word, every syllable is divine poetry. He hails from the famed House Okaris, and his name, Lord Dohalim. Music is his passion, the arts his great love. The scores of boorish, uncouth men of this land cannot begin to compare to his magnificence. So refined and majestic is his posture, why the mere thought of it brings me to ecstasy. Once he becomes our sovereign, Rena shall bloom anew, ushering in an era of prosperity for our grand civilization. Until that glorious day comes, I'll forever be praying for his victory, morning, noon, and night. Huff, huff. Well, what did you think, my lord? I poured my whole heart into hoping to capture your essence. Wait, I forgot to mention anything about his lordship's love for collecting things. I must take this time while the lines are down to append it. Only then will my masterpiece be complete.
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
Well, I never. To think anyone would try to tear me away from House Valkyrs.
What?
What? What do you want? Don't tell me you work for Lord Dohalim or that dreadful Lord Almadrea, do you? No? Don't scare me like that. To answer your question, I come from a family that has served House Valkyrs for generations. Indeed, I'm doing all I can to support Lord Ganimel behind the scenes so that he might emerge victorious. Many think him to be a cruel man, but I insist they're utterly mistaken. No one will deny he can be strict. He puts Ren's interests in front and center like no one else. Why, he advocates that rather than stay confined to Lenegis, we should get on with colonizing Dana and expand our horizons. That way, we will become masters of both worlds and overturn our current minority status on Dana's surface. That is why he seeks to become our next sovereign. Tell me, is there a greater, more noble ambition than that? I think not. It is a pursuit of power for the advancement of all our kind. It is what makes him an exemplary lord, a model above all others. Though I was unable to accompany him myself, my 2 cents have been blessed with the honor of joining him on the surface. As her father, it fills me with endless pride.
Ganabelt was so horrible to people, yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
Secrets. Wasted space.
I didn't realize Renans oppressed their own kind, too.
And yet, weirdly, none of them seem to mind. Am I the only one who finds that strange?
It is the way things have always been, so no one thinks to question it. You have experience in that regard yourself, do you not?
Unquestioning acceptance of your own servitude. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Even so, the quality of life here seems much higher than any Danan city we visited. I used to think it was impossible to build an ideal society without wealth. But I suppose having it doesn't always mean people are treated fairly either.
More to the point, not a single citizen seems to have even heard of the Red Woman.
What if she's not here? What if it turns out we're looking in the wrong place entirely?
It's still too early to say anything for sure.
For all we know, she might be able to blend in, move around unnoticed. I say we hold off judgment until we've exhausted every avenue.
another scene. We're gonna do it in the next area.
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Indeed. The effects of Lenegis' transformation appear to be less pronounced here. Or, viewed another way, this area was simply luckier.
Pardon me.
This area falls under the sole jurisdiction of House Kynaris. I must ask you to depart at once. Surely you don't claim to be ignorant of our famed house, ruled over by the esteemed Lord Almadrea. If so, I urge you to listen well. In fact, I bid you listen carefully regardless. Have you ever noticed how in the history of Lenegis only a few women lords have emerged to compete in the crown contest? Many have theories as to why this might be, but Lord Almadrea quashed the doubts of any naysayers through sheer might. In fact, not only did she usurp her father and previous family master, she also removed her older brother to claim the seat for herself. She's a woman who stops at nothing to get what she wants, who gives her enemies nary the slightest opening to strike. Truly, Lord Almadrea is a woman of talent. No one in all of Rena better exemplifies the virtues of our nation's meritocracy. Soon the age of a glorious woman sovereign reigning over Lenegis shall be upon us at last. Ah, she did.
I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right, too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
How loathsome. Oh, I was just reading about Voran. Can I help you?
Okay.
I was always an ardent supporter of Lord Urwagil Hildress myself. Were it not for his sudden death down in the surface, I likely still would be. In my eyes, Lord Urwagil is the true Water Lord. I don't believe for a second that he perished in some accident, like they say. As for how Voran runs Ganotharos, don't get me started. I hear he enslaves not only Danas, but even his fellow Renans. We may live in a society where to the victor go the spoils, but his actions go against what we as a people stand for. Besides, just what sort of family line is this house Ignazary of his anyway? I never heard of it until he came along, which means they must be among the lowest dregs of society. That such an ignoble lineage could suddenly produce an astral artist capable of ascending to lordship is unheard of. None of it makes any sense, not to mention all of the upheaval around here of late. What is happening to our people?
It seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganotharos changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
I can't move.
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you. Because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too. Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Danon doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Xion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust. As a fellow human being above all else.
Okay. The residential core is completely ruined. The roads are a mess. We can't get any power. The info terminals have gone dead too. We can't get in contact with any of our fellow Renans on the ground in Dana. I wonder if the Sovereign's aware of what's going on.
Tell me, Dohalim, has that skill of yours got a name?
And what skill would this be, pray tell?
You know, when you're talking to people around town. The way they suddenly become putty in your hands.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
I do. It's called friendly intimidation. Look imposing and speak in a deep, booming voice, and presto, you'll have people wrapped around your finger in no time.
I would never stoop to such scandalous tricks. Any feelings of intimidation are solely in the eye of the beholder.
So there is a knack to it! How do you learn it? Can anyone do it?
Now you've got me curious. Is there special training to master?
Let's see. An obsession with being elegant is a must. Oh, and it helps to be old-fashioned, too. Bonus points if you speak in a way no one can understand.
If you've a bone to pick with me, it'd be quicker to just come out and say it.
What? They look up to you, that's all. I'm just helping them along.
Hey! What's got into Alvin and Law all of a sudden?
I can barely understand a word they're saying. And what's with the weird poses? Was it something they ate?
I hope you're willing to take the blame for this one.
I wasn't expecting them to take me so seriously. I'll go and have a word with them.
Cool, we have livestock. A whole planet away.
What's this thing?
Grape Gel. Father, what's going on? I'm scared. I'm not sure, son. Never in all my years here at Lennigus has anything like this ever happened. Not even once. There's always been a decree before anything takes place. Not only was there none this time, but the residential quarter has seen damage and injuries. Could that mean that something bad's happened then? It's possible. But now all we can do is wait and hope for the best.
There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfricht Milgras, the former lord of Cislodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfricht whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lennigus?
I guess over holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lennigus from the motherland, sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renin by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Core existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
So, I have a youth basketball game to attend in under 5 hours. If we don't complete the game by then, I'm blaming all these damn cutscenes. But I'll come back after. We'll probably go live around 9, and we'll go till we finish the game. Also, they're really setting up that Renans aren't real. How could any of this happen? For years, Lennius was a bachelor of order and stability. Where did it all go wrong? It's like you sovereigns would like win the crown contest, and then like they'd come back or whatever, or Red Lady or whoever the Red Lady serves, Naori, Naomi, Maori, oh, whatever her name is, Genova. But like absorbs their essence.
Doe?
Oh.
Faria.
Oh.
Varia? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait. Don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still... kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
I just realized something. Can I flip my camera? Properties? Oh, that's not it. Ah, whatever. Wait, no. I didn't apply. Whoop, I'm sorry. It's falling apart. Hey, turn back. Red room is just 20 feet that way. Ah, we don't have time to waste. I swear, if there's no secrets in either of these, I'm gonna lose my mind. Cool. Mine's still safe. Orange Gale. Nice. Pineapples would be more appreciated. I feel guilty about fleeing while there are kids out there fighting. There's no need to worry about them. They come from a higher ranking family than ours. That makes our Ashlar stronger than ours. They're simply fulfilling their duty as to society as members of the ruling elite. I know, but still doesn't sit right with me. This is crazy. How long is this going to keep on? I don't know. Normally we would have had orders from the top brass informing all the separate classes what they need to do. I doubt that's happening. The whole chain of command in the city seems like it's broken down. Nobody knows what's happening. That doesn't mean someone somewhere isn't watching our every move. For now, we should see if there is anyone higher ranking around here. Maybe they'll have an idea about what we should be doing. Do we finally get to fight something up here? Tofu, nice. The feeding pen is in bad shape. Who knows how many people have died? What happened to the Zugos? Don't tell me they've broken out. No, we were able to seal them off before they got so far. Not that it does much good when they've escaped to other districts too. If I had to guess, I'd say there are a lot of Zugos running Lucifer throughout Lennigus. And there are a lot more of them than us too. What are we going to do? All our best soldiers are stationed down in Dana. Quincy, use water gun. Sprint. For speed running.
Wow, this place is beautiful.
Yeah, it must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renin sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnigan. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnigan. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnigan and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagan and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagan had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnagan was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait. Don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less. She would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty. Instead, I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Danans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right.
Is that the Avocare guy?
Alphen,
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
I looked up. I think I figured it out. Boom. Did it. Did it, chat. Alright. Go back to the 41-hour mark. Alright, I'm not going to end the stream, but I am going to go use the restroom again and get a snack as we power through. Alright, we're back. We've got a banana, wow, and a stack of turkey pepperoni. 9 grams of protein, 70 calories. It's now a mukbang stream. Currently down 6.6 pounds since the beginning of the year. I feel like I'm like 99% sure the answer to this question is no, but are they going to kill Dohul? They're giving him a lot of character development here towards the end. I mean, I'm enjoying this content. Apparently we have several more hours of it. But man, this is not a well-polished and final area of the game. Just so much running around talking and listening to people. I'd say at least give me some like of those stray Zoogles running around in a fight. But then it'd probably make it take even longer. How long has I got? Extra 6 minutes add to our game time. See if I can play one-handed.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
Do my eyes deceive me, or is my shop been blessed with Lord Dohun and his servants? Is there anything I can help you with, my lord? Make weapons. He has another new best sword. We only just got this one. Oh, we can make her. What? Pink Puro Tech. It's a cat. Alright, we're gonna sell some stuff and make that one. Oh, look. We can also make his. Uses our last 2 megafauna bones, though. This thing's just a cannon! Some dark mains are things to keep an eye out for. Running Titan thing. We need to make some money. You can sell our new rat pygmy. For a heavy tree.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Oh, we top off our CP. Alright, snack done. Oh wait, did we made her shield, right? Yeah, we did. Alright, let's get him in here. We still haven't had a chance to use our new sword yet. The sword's already not even the best sword yet. Oh, let us
Damn
fight
it!
things.
Lenegis soldiers.
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well, so much for them.
Fight me, bro.
Fight.
Ho! I am Lord Dohalim of Elden Menencia. I command you.
The rest of the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not, if they want to fight, they got one. Not today! It's almost too strong. Be my guest. You're transform! Release! I owe you one.
I'm just getting started.
You're mine.
The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that.
You see what happened there as you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that. I know you.
Free dancer!
There you are. I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
I'll heal you all!
First strike! I'm just getting started! I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
I'll heal!
Wind, eat dirt. Wide open.
It won't escape me.
Rising weapon.
Where are you going?
We're not finished. Let's finish. Flame inside. Need to be let Not today. Finish it. Remove.
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more. And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Haros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, they're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
Platinum dog tags. So straight leads to nothing. grape kill. So we're gonna fight that in that one. Something to look forward to. Glowing green dogs.
Oh man, I hope I live long enough to regret this. I'll smash you! I really owe you one.
Sorry to trouble you.
You do the same for me. Radiant blood here!
Here I come! I'm not done rending you apart! Here I come! Easy and steady. Yeah! And probably to me! Dragon Form! Here I come! Be still! Take this! Eagle Fly! Crumble! Take this! Super It's over! I'll finish you here and now!
Out of Washington! Annihilation!
These fists have got your name on them!
Mega Red!
Come on!
Gemini Ultra ready! Annihilation!
Eagle Assault! Take this!
Hear my call!
Whirlwind Demon! Incineration Wave!
I'll heal you all!
Now I'm no in the further! Take this!
Healing circle!
Dragon Swarm!
I'm in your debt.
That'll bring you down!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! Dragon Swarm!
Luna Blast! Do it!
Shattering Leap! In an instant! Impact Block!
Sighted!
Dragon Swarm! Burn in hell! Bloody Howling! Eternal Devastation!
Searing Flame!
Incineration Wave! No escape! Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I need to be stronger.
Alright, Dark Mains. Those were things we were looking for. Other things we just fight. Force Mantis.
Oh man, I hope I live long enough to regret this.
Healing circle! First
Dragon Swarm! I owe you one.
Take
normal
creepy
Take this!
Here's a healing arc!
Dragon Shout!
So it's like the Zoogle thing we fought in the last one.
I'm out of
I missed my opportunity.
No Charge like that can easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Not today! Burn!
I'll heal you all!
Struck! Inferno Punch! Now I'm in the groove! Everlasting Sun! Eagle Ray! I'll tear you apart!
It's in the sky, it's mine!
Whirlwind Snap! What's this?
And again!
You're mine! Whirlwind Snap!
Alright, I'm not. Who's hitting with his weakness?
Can't get out of this! Do without this pain!
Storm! Here's a healing arc!
Death on the wing!
I'll tear you apart!
Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite! Try this! Rending you bloody! Coming through!
Lightning? Is that his weakness?
Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Will this help?
You're mine! I'm not done! Rending you a bloody howling! I'm not done!
One more!
You see what happened there as you crossed me? Shouldn't have done that! Here I come! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Start!
I must remember my limits.
How do I quick switch?
Crush you!
41 hours in. How do I do this?
Reflexes! Tenebrous Claw! You're mine! Escape!
Thank you.
Mega Flame! I can do this all day! Here we go again!
That's how. Figured it out.
Lightning condemned! Thunder Blade!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Lightning condemned! Thunder
Swallow
Blade!
Blade! Take this!
Lightning condemned! Thunder Blade!
Garna! Eat this!
Take it!
I was way too late.
Lightning
Nearly
condemned!
done for.
Thunder Blade!
I'm just getting started.
Stay away from my friend! Thunderblade! Lightning condemned! Thunderblade! Magic Kazam! Thunderblade!
What's it?
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Demon Fang!
Here's a healing
This
arc.
one's mine!
Lightning condemned! Thunderblade! Lightning arc sealed!
Talon Demon Fang!
Blah, blah, blah! Thunderblade!
First aid! Inspiration! In a bind? I can do this all day! Smash you!
Mega Ray! Thunderblade! With the magic hand! Thunderblade!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Eat this!
I never miss! Thunderblade! Lightning condemned! Thunderblade! Magic Kazam! Thunderblade!
Not today!
Radiant! Here! Lightning condemned! I'm out of
Watch
ammo!
it.
Thunderblade! Lightning condemned! Thunderblade! Magic Kazam! Thunderblade!
Come to an end.
Far enough! You all!
Oh, it's so late on that.
Blah, blah, blah. Here, let me help. First aid! Here's my call! Spread! Lightning condemned! Thunder! Here's my call! Blah, blah, blah. Thunderblade!
Die already.
Blah, blah, blah.
Demon Fang!
Thunderblade! Do it!
Thank you.
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
I can feel my power growing!
Who? Can we now assume that they're all weak to?
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
No further!
Holy Lantern!
I have no limit! I'm going in! For my lord! Dragon Sword!
Mega Ray!
On your
Here's a healing art! Yes, it's a aid!
Fire support!
How
art is being interrupted.
Coming through!
Ooh, barely saved it.
Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Do it!
In an instant! Impact Claw!
Armor won't save you!
My Dragon Swarm!
Annihilation! Raging Star!
Dragon Swarm! We're not finished! Dragon Swarm! It's on! You're mine!
I'll be saving this one!
Eternal Devastation! Burn!
Lunar Corruption!
Dragon Swarm!
This one's mine! Now!
Totally! In an instant! Impact Claw!
I'll heal you all!
Dragon Swarm!
Healing Circle!
Dragon Swarm!
Can't get out of this! I'm grateful.
Spread! Chinese Supernova!
Anything in order to
Raging
get
Star!
me!
Now! Hear my call! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Resonate with the earth!
Select!
On your knees.
Lunar Corruption!
Air Pressure! Rising Falcon!
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
3 grape gels. Shortcake recipe. Nice.
Don't get careless.
Don't tell me!
Will this cover the stockpile?
Being interrupted. Too late to talk over our differences?
You got buried.
It's on!
Chinese Supernova! Together!
Ignite!
Mega Ray!
Dragon Swarm!
Seal!
I'll be saving this. Here's a healing art. Just what the doctor ordered.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Damn it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Gravitas field!
Captivity!
That'll bring you down!
Rising Phoenix!
Do it!
It's on!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Water, hear my call!
Everlasting darkness! Strike! Negative gate! Ether!
Hear me! Dragon
Dragon form!
Wild flight! Water, hear my
I'm ready!
call!
Totally! In an instant! Impact block!
GG.
With this, I can become even stronger!
Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
Is someone making them stand guard over the Forbidden Zone?
Darn, doesn't have any like fast lightning attacks. Come on, big bug. Come on. Kick your ass side there.
But we have no choice.
Let me know if you need
In a
healing.
bind. Rising Wyvern.
First aid!
Everlasting
Lunar Captain! I think I'll pass on the handshake. Illuminate the dust!
This is looking good.
Double Demon Fang! Water, hear my call!
Demon Fang. Double Demon Fang.
Holy Land!
Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Benediction.
Severing Wind.
Heal!
I owe you one.
Lightning
The
condemned!
flame inside me yearns
Lunar
to be let
Corruption.
free.
By the power of fire! I'll stop its charge! Thanks, Kisara!
You picked the wrong fight.
First aid!
Sword
Lunar
Rain.
Corruption!
Run away.
Let the lightning condemn!
Rising Wyvern.
Bloody here's a healing art! First
Is
aid!
this not doing weakness damage?
Rising Phoenix. Rising Wyvern.
Air thrust! Let me help! First aid! Raging Cascade! Raging Cascade! Magic is there!
Do without this pain.
Armor won't save you!
Demon Fang. Ignite.
Healing circle!
Take
Lightning
this!
condemned!
Double demon
Pull
panic!
myself together.
Demon panic!
Where are you going?
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Lightning condemned! First
Thunder
aid!
Blade!
Mega Lightning condemned! Thunder Blade! Mega Raging Cascade! Breath! Mega Ray! Annihilation! Mega Ray! Lightning condemned! Annihilation! Thunder Blade! Lightning condemned! Thunder Blade!
Burn in hell!
Blah blah blah! Thunder Blade! Blah blah blah! Thunder Blade! Blah blah blah! Thunder Blade! Spirit Blade! Go get him!
Right now!
Bullseye!
Shattering!
Pieces!
Apply! Prepare to be
Flame of Fury! Burning! Glacial Spear! Fierce Evil!
Take this! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a healing
Side
gem!
thrust!
Thunder Blade!
Double demon panic!
Mega, that'll bring you down!
Here I come!
Now you see what I can do!
Burn!
Lightning
Captivity!
Thunder Blade! Lightning condemned! Here's a healing Thunder Blade! Magic
Demon panic! Double demon
Blah
panic!
blah blah! Thunder Blade!
I'll face you! The Tempest engulfs you!
Sharpened flash!
Raging Cascade!
Deity!
I'll heal you all!
Rotating pile driver!
Healing Circle!
Fine!
Raging Cascade! Gemini Aqua! Lightning condemned! It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming Wildfire! Lightning condemned! Thunder Blade! Lightning condemned! Thunder Blade! Lightning condemned!
Burn!
Thunder Blade! Blah blah blah! Thunder Blade!
Double demon panic!
Healing Circle!
Portal blade!
Go get him!
Can't get out of this!
Demon panic!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Here's a
Now
healing
you see
arc!
what I can do!
You're
Go
mine!
get him! Raging Cascade!
Inferno!
Lightning condemned!
Leave the
Blade
to me!
Thunder Blade!
I don't even know
Magic!
the word defeat! I'm ready! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
I felt better, that's for sure.
Just a bunch of red stuff.
Go no further!
Dragon fist!
I never miss!
Dragon swarm! Easter!
Dragon Swarm! It's like trying to keep up with a wolf!
Dragon swarm!
Pull myself together! Blah blah blah! Lunar corruption!
Dragon swarm!
By the power of water! Hear me! Flame of Fury! Strike! In here!
Dragon swarm!
Here, let me help! More for the stockpile! First aid! Tempest!
Shattering
Here's evil!
pieces!
Blade Lancer! I can't heal you forever!
Yours to be let free!
Stand in the way!
Dragon swarm! You picked the wrong
In
fight!
here!
Dragon swarm!
No further!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I'll heal you all!
Elusive deity!
Lightning
Rotating pile driver!
Try harder! Not a chance! Dragon swarm!
More by the power of water! More with that case! Here's a healing arm!
Tornado drive! I'm in your deck.
Escape!
You'll find no mercy!
It's over!
In here!
Dragon swarm!
Elusive deity!
Primed and ready!
Rotating pile driver! In a bind?
Reload! More with that arrow! That'll bring you down!
Now! Totally! In an instant! Impact block!
Illuminate the dark!
Dragon swarm!
Elusive deity!
Holy Land!
Dragon
Anything in armor is all mine! Does it hurt?
Radiant Flood! Here!
Eat dirt!
Thunder Blade! Illuminate the dragon! Holy Glimmer! Holy Land!
You're mine! I'm not done!
Radiant Spear!
Here I come!
Smash you!
Dance
I'm
in
not
the
done!
wind! Flame of Fury!
Another incantation ruined!
Hear my call!
Dragon swarm!
Red!
Everlasting
Flame of
My concentration is dwindling. Perhaps I'm tired.
Red sage.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Engaging! Damn it! Dragon form!
Healing circle!
Release!
Hit!
I won't show you any mercy! Stay inside me if you're to be let free!
Dance in the wind!
Sonic thrust!
Illuminate magic is in!
Blending flash!
Holy Land!
You picked the wrong fight!
Holy Land! That's my cue!
Shut him down! Time to let it rip! Swallow blade!
I'm all stuffed up!
In a bind?
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy Land! Holy Land!
Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy Glimmer! Holy Land!
I'm ready!
Neon! Astral energy! Full throttle! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy Glimmer! Holy
Glacial
Land!
Spear! Pierce evil!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy Glimmer! Holy Land! Dance in the wind!
Burn out!
Air!
You picked the wrong fight! Damn it!
Dance in the wind! Air! Raging cascade! Raging storm!
It's caught!
Into the shadows! Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Ignite!
Annihilation! Radiant flash! Do it! Dance in the wind!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! There! Go! I'm all stuffed up! Raging cascade!
Bloody
Negative gate!
Raging cascade!
I'm ready! Travis, more! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Well, am I improving?
Tremendously. The speed and precision of your aim is simply unmatched.
I had no idea you were watching me so closely.
You gotta buy him. Naors. When I hear that name, I think Kingdom Hearts. I don't know why. Don't tell me I wasted an orange gel. For the, like,
This must be
15,000th
it.
time.
The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Ready to get some juicy lore?
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Danon. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for, let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
She's Genova. She's Genova. I'm convinced. 1000% sure. 60% of the time.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to, she looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imaris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Danon astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegus. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too, if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Yeah, girl.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
We're about to do a boss fight. Oh. Touch the mysterious power. Oh. Double tap it. Let's go. Who we fighting?
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
That thing looks like an Eldrazi.
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when—
We can talk later. Here it comes!
Tormented limbs.
What? I've never known Faria to control noodles like that before.
Bump it on the noggin. Bump it on the noggin.
Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handle the Zuba, then we get some answers.
Go for the weak point!
You picked the wrong fight!
Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite!
Radiant the rear!
Devastation!
Rending your heart! Bloody
Mega
A charge like that could
Not now,
easily be
Dropbox.
Just as well, I'm here to stop. Here's evil. Tempest! Razor! Demon Aqua!
Heal! Resonate with the earth!
Stalagmite! Come forth! Holy
Here,
Glimmer!
let me help.
Holy Land! First aid!
Rising Wyvern! Soaring Light Spear!
Holy, why does his weakness is dark?
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy Glimmer! Holy Land! Illuminate the
Spam
dark!
Holy Lance.
Holy Glimmer! Where are you going? Holy Land!
Take this!
Illuminate the dark!
I can carve through
Radiant
armor!
blood! Holy Land! Holy Land!
I gotta get rid of this stupid. Right. There was a Dropbox notification in the way.
Healing
Oh! Oh! Suck it, nerd!
Ignite!
Searing flame!
No,
Illuminate
no.
the dark! Holy Land! Holy Land! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy Glimmer! Holy Land! Water! Mega Red!
Portal Blade!
Demon Aqua! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy Glimmer! Holy Land!
Portal Blade!
Illuminate the dark! Hear my call!
In a bind?
Hurricane Thrust!
Red! Holy Land! Illuminate the dark!
You picked the wrong fight!
Holy Glimmer! Hear my call! Holy Land! Illuminate the dark!
Portal Blade! Destruction!
Healing circle! If it's in the sky, it's mine! Illuminate the dark! This one's mine! Glimmer! Holy Land! Illuminate the dark! Holy Glimmer!
Now you see what I can do! Stalagmite!
Illuminate the dark! Hear my call! You get the death!
Oh, jerk.
Thanks to Holy Land! Close one! Got
Nerd. Oh,
Illuminate
sorry, I'm the nerd.
Magic is there!
Burn in hell! Now, all in freely!
Take it down! Holy Land! Illuminate freeze!
Oh,
Double demon fang!
please bring me back from the best of best. Thank you.
He is
Still got some fight left in me.
demon fang! Double demon fang!
Holy Land! Illuminate the dark! Freeze!
Ready and rare!
Magic is
Armor won't
here!
save you! Severing wind! Devastation! Rising sun!
Illuminate the dark! Come on! Holy Glimmer!
You picked the wrong
Holy
fight!
Land! Illuminate the dark! Come on! Holy Glimmer!
Rising light! Resonate with you!
Holy Land! Illuminate Magic is there!
Sphere! You're on!
Holy Land!
Stay away from
I don't even know the word defeat. Holy Glimmer! Hear my call! Holy Land!
We only have 2 orange shells left.
Illuminate the dark! Come just what the doctor ordered! Illuminate the dark! It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy Glimmer! Holy Land!
Can't get out of this! I'm ready! Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
I'll heal you all! Illuminate the dark!
Healing!
Armor won't save you! Illuminate the dark! We do the same for me. Holy Land! It's about to strike!
Look sharp, everyone!
Take care of me!
I was spamming dodge.
Let the mark
Double demon!
I still got some fight left in me.
I'll burn out!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth, Holy Glimmer! Just what the doctor ordered. Close one. Gotcha. Arch seal! Illuminate the dark! Come forth, Holy Glimmer!
Can't get out of this!
Illuminate it! Holy Land!
Now you see what I can do!
Burning strike! Water, hear my call! Will this help? Illuminate the dark! Healing holy! Just what they have to order! Stay in my hair! Holy Land! Let me help!
Forgive me.
Hear my call! Illuminate the dark! Come forth, Holy Glimmer! Holy Land! Don't leave me! I'll never fit! Illuminate the dark! Come forth, Holy...
Oh my gosh, no Helene, you idiot.
Holy Land! Illuminate the dark! Can't be happening. I'm sorry.
I'm spamming dodge. Oh shoot, everyone's dead. Put in the tank. Life bottle Shion.
A new lease on life.
Resurrector and well.
Ready and raring! Rising Wyvern! Save you! Here needs dirt!
Slug! I still got some fight left in me.
You're mine! Flush!
Holy Land!
You may be strong, but I'll never back down!
Illuminate the dark!
Nope.
Gotcha! Illuminate the dark! Come forth, Holy Glimmer!
Demon Fang! Double demon fang! Coming through! Ha!
Will this help? Inferno! Illuminate the pit! Holy glimmer! Holy lance! Illuminate the dark! Holy glimmer! Holy lance! Will this help?
It's looking good.
Healing circle! Illuminate Arch shield!
I owe you one for that. Shattering of pieces! Attack!
Going in! Holy lance!
Do it! Here I
This
go!
one's mine! Illuminate the dark!
Not today!
Holy glimmer ray!
I'll smash you!
Holy lance! Illuminate the dark! I'll heal you all! I'm almost impressed! Holy
High
lance!
praise coming from you.
I said almost. Don't get carried away. Holy lance!
I should do it!
Holy lance! You get to death! Holy lance! It's weakened! You get to death! Holy lance!
Kill it.
Here's a healing arc!
Kill it.
Illuminate the dark! Here it comes! Focus! On your toes, everyone!
Can't move!
Inferno! Here's a healing arc! First aid! Close one! I won't give up!
I won't give up. Immediately dies.
Ready to go! Illuminate the dark!
Through armor!
Holy can't be happening!
She dies again. Oh my gosh. Resurrect the Halim.
Denied! Double demon system!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glitter! Holy lance!
I said to resurrect homie. I did it like immediately.
Illuminate the dark! Better!
Double demon fang!
Illuminate the dark! Holy glimmer! Holy lance!
Guardian field!
Illuminate the dark!
Pride was my downfall.
There! Pounce it!
Get in there. Man, too fast.
Illuminate the dark! Here! Eat dirt! Holy glimmer! This one's mine! Holy lance! Illuminate the dark!
Take this!
Holy lance!
I'm on it!
You get to death! Holy lance!
Flower won't save you!
Oh! I'm...
Shoot.
sorry!
Oh, you are gonna pay for that!
Healing circle! This one's mine! I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up.
Not like this! Not my finest!
I've still got some fight left in me. Healing circle! Back into the... I'll bring you back. Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy lance!
Take
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Close one! Gotcha!
Nerd.
Illuminate...
Alright, no more items. Oh, we used $10 billion with items.
Now it's just her! Varia, can you hear me? Varia!
She's preparing another summoning!
The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, Her body won't be able to take much more. Dohalim!
Forgive me. Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You?
Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones, if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almadria. As for Tarnigan, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already passed, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion.
Huh?
Thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same team, right? Let's move on.
Oh, great, a scene. Oh, and a cutscene. Great.
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
The live stream.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Shion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Shion's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally, we begin to understand what the thorns are.
Yes, and their source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
But we still don't know how to get rid of them. I just hope we can find a way.
Whew. Oh, I did. Oh, come on.
Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Shion's thorns, as well as my own past. I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens. I'm determined to save Shion and Dana. Nothing I learn can change that.
So I said that, but what happens if I... Let's get the scene out of the way.
Do you think Faria was really being controlled by someone?
Certainly seemed that way. The question is, who? The Red Woman?
The same person who's behind all of this, I'll bet. Whoever that is.
Brainwashed or otherwise, the feelings of resentment she holds towards me are real.
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back. If that's not playing dirty, I don't know what is.
It does tell us one thing at least. Someone here in Lenegis is watching us. Someone who means us harm.
There's no question. That attack was meant for us alone.
By someone capable of getting inside a person and manipulating them like a weapon. We need to find whoever it is, fast.
That vision we saw. It was as if it was meant specifically for us.
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of Dana might be involved somehow?
Maybe it's trying to tell us something. But what?
Well, it could be supernatural. You know, like seeing dead people, messages from beyond the grave, ghost-type stuff.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait. He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years. Whoever left it for us, the strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent.
I swear, if there was a right bumper thing in the corner. I need the restroom again. This is a very long stream for me. But we still have like an hour and 5 minutes till it becomes the longest one I've ever done. We power through! Yeah, Dan home auto turn. Aw.
Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out. This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
For the people of Lenegus, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing within its hallowed halls.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How do they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the Sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were growing up?
No, not that I can remember. Then again, Sovereigns and Forbidden Zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority, grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renans. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were made to believe it was. But now, it is finally time to discover this area's true purpose, and why it was kept hidden behind the scenes for so long.
Yes, yes, charts look like charts. Before I do that, is there any map of Lenegis? A notice: this area will now be shut down as the project proceeds to the final phase. It's showing this room's equipment. It hasn't been used in a long time. Was Alphen the first Sovereign? That's my running theory. My prediction. Oh shoot. Oh no. An operating table. Many subjects undoubtedly never came back alive from their operations on this. Circles. Plants. We examine the plants. The plants are still rendering in. Oh, okay.
I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Danon astral energy so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure taking the form of a Danon. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign?
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the lords? Why would they be on there?
think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title, Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait. I think I've found one that was successful.
What's his name?
Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only Sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign, and Volron as well. The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Select a topic to explore. Lords. each crown contest, 5 of the best qualified members of the Renan populace are chosen to act as lords, vying to serve as the next sovereign. During their tenure, they are granted level 3 authority, as well as one of 5 elemental realms to administer, and its corresponding master core. They are also assigned an ID crest indicating their designated elements. The selection process is based only on actual artistry and physical and mental aptitude. Other variables such as age have no bearing whatsoever. Because only the strongest go on to become lords, the position itself does not inherently make an individual any stronger. It should be noted, however, that lords are not the only individuals capable of drawing out a master core's powers. All Renans must take part in the selection process, and acceptance of the position is mandatory. It is not allowed for those who deem suitable to decline. Furthermore, in the event that an acting lord is incapacitated and can no longer serve in their position, a replacement must be quickly prepared. Select the topic to explore. Unique Adjustment Index Test Subject Report. The following is a report on the second successful case of sovereign test subject experimentation. Test subject 10105, given name Voron, generation NA, unique adjustment index, ethnicity NA. Although subject possesses high latent potential, it exhibits significant mental instability along with a strong distaste for following orders. As such, the risk it poses surpasses even those of the last successful subject. As such, the risk itself a failure, and is therefore under consideration for disposal. Addendum. This is the first successful case in 300 years. Previously mentioned risk factors are now mitigated due to established control protocols. Subjects to be evaluated under the assumption that Plan 2 will proceed and will be dispatched to Dana under the guise of serving as a lord. Select the topic to explore. Give me all the lore. It's gonna take forever. Master cores. Master cores are instruments of power containing actual energy that belong to one of the 6 elements. 5 of these master cores, those with earth, water, fire, wind, and light, are loaned to random lords at the time of their crown contest. Only the dark master core is maintained inside the Forbidden Zone until the Renaissance Alma is ready to be reformed. Its existence is kept top secret. Underneath the master core's spherical outer layer is a force-filled crystal used for the purpose of astral energy containment and stabilization. Inside the force field, astral energy is stored in a dormant state. For the duration of the tenure, each lord competes in the crown contest to master a allotted type of astral energy. In the event of an emergency, each lord may be allowed to withdraw from their respective stock of astral energy as necessary. However, the extent allowed is determined based on their own individual strength. Addendum 1. Design flaws have been discovered in how the Renaissance materializes. Be advised that active master cores may resonate with other master cores located in close proximity and become unstable. Addendum 2. Due to successful regeneration of the Renaissance, master cores will cease to be deployed and the crown contest will be permanently halted. Due to successful regeneration of the Renaissance. So that's been what just happened in Ganeth Hero's Spirit Core. Spirit cores are end terminals used for the collection of astral energy. When embedded in a biological subject, it establishes connections throughout its body. These connections are used to amass astral energy generated from physical activity, which is then emitted from the host body itself. Because this emitted energy is prone to diffuse, the host must be placed within a range of a spirit vessel for the energy to be collected. This means that Danans must be employed to harvest astral energy for the purpose of the crown contest. Given the difficulty in producing them, it is advised that spirit cores be retrieved from host bodies and reused upon their death. Spirit cores can also be embedded in Zeugles and controlled them via astral arts. Addendum. Increased physical load on a host body tends to produce increased astral energy emissions. Final confirmation of ideal workload to impose on host bodies without inducing death from maximum astral energy yields is still pending. Boom. One of these. A large-scale astral energy converter that permanently converts the elemental composition of Dana's astral energy and transmits it to Rena. Activation and control of astral energy conversion is achieved by placing the Sovereign, Maiden, and Renaissance within the central core of Lennius. It is comprised of classified and essential personnel residence zones around a large conduit along with a defensive layer surrounding them. This outer layer is deployed upon activation, unlocking the central conduit while simultaneously functioning as a stabilization mechanism. Due to its design, deployment of the outer layer is expected to cause damage to residential zones. However, because that only takes place during the final stage of the Spirit Channeling ceremony, no contingency plan to address said damage is needed. Until that phase, Lennius serves as the central base of operations for the management and execution of the Crown Contest of Dana. Warning, any personnel with level 3 authority or lower is strictly forbidden from the classified zone. Any violators will be immediately executed. Okay. Detachable Harvester. A massive spirit vessel placed on Dana for the Spirit Channeling ceremony. It serves as the tip of Lennigus' conduit, from which it separates. Upon landing in the Danon waters, it extends 2 sets of conducting pathways. The vertical pathways connect to the center of Dana. Meanwhile, the horizontal pathways proceed to envelop the entire surface of Dana. Once activated, it links to the biological spirit vessels placed in each realm, essentially harvesting the planet's astral energy in mass. The accumulated energy is then transmitted to Rena via Lennigus. Because the construction and adjustment take place in the Forbidden Zone's regulator area, Lennigus' outer limb must be deployed prior to launch. Intended to function semi-autonomously, only maintenance personnel are expected to manually interface with it when necessary. No other personnel is required for it to function. Addendum 1. Detachable Harvester 1 was lost on Dana after exploding due to the rampancy exhibited by the Sovereign. So there's another wedge. And whenever 300 years ago, they kablooed it up. Addendum 2. Detachable Harvester 2's landing point will remain the same as that of the previous model. This is due to the explosion of the previous model, which altered the planetary topography, enabling easier connection to the center of Dana. Sedative mask. A device covering the wearer's whole face that restricts their mental activity. It was developed for the purpose of pacifying prisoners. Medical applications are also recognized, particularly as a means of preventing patients from sustaining mental trauma. However, doing so is not recommended, as prolonged use of the device carries the risk of reducing a number of adverse side effects. Addendum. Due to the loss of production facilities incurred from the partial destruction of Lennigus, additional devices will no longer be manufactured. Brainwashing report. After receiving reports of a robust new form of rule emerging in Dana's water realm, a study was commissioned to investigate the matter in depth. This system is unique in that it elevates only the Lord as the supreme authority while relegating both Renas and Danas alike to enslavement. Test subject 10105 serves as the realm's current lord and has achieved this without use of any special powers, drugs, or special devices. Rather, it is done so by sheer governance. Given this method's effectiveness at population control, monitoring of the situation will continue. Addendum 1. Collapse of cognitive facilities via extreme mental repression rooted in violence and fear has proven to be key to the style of rule. Once the subject loses its autonomy, they become desensitized to fear and subsequently cease to prioritize even their own personal safety. Though such a state is ill-suited for commanding officers, it remains an effective way to cultivate disposable infantry and slaves for manual labor. Addendum 2. Soldiers in Lennigus who have undergone this treatment will be asked to secure classified sectors as a trial. The results will be monitored. Oh. This one says the Sovereign. The Sovereign acts as Lennigus' central control device for the spirit channeling ceremony. Each one is granted level 2 authority and has an ID crest. A Daenan subject serves as the base of its creation. In theory, ideal candidates possess equal affinity for every astral element. However, such aptitude is statistically rare to uncover within the real world's conditions. As a result, most subjects die during the adjustment period, and stability is still not guaranteed for those who survive it. This instability, coupled with the Sovereign's powers of astral manipulation, pose a high risk to the security of Lennigus if left unchecked. As such, stabilization mechanisms must be put in place via the support mechanism with utilizing the Sovereign in the spirit channeling ceremony. Addendum 1. No effective alternate methods to perform the ceremony have been found. Trials on Daenan subjects are authorized to continue. Unit 2 adjustment. Addendum 2. Unit 2 adjustments are a success. Subsequent adjustments are to be put on hold while extended observation takes place. The main acts as the Sovereign support mechanism for the spirit channeling ceremony. Each one is granted level 2 authority and an ID crest. A Renan subject serves its functions, providing the Sovereign with the supplemental dark astral it lacks in tandem with the Renas Alma. During the ceremony, it is partly responsible for astral energy conversion, as well as maintaining stability over the Sovereign's own powers. Additionally, the degree of intimacy between it and the Sovereign has been observed to positively impact the level of stability of most subjects. Because of this, trial activations of the Sovereign without the main present are expressly forbidden. Furthermore, neither the Sovereign nor the main are to be informed about the details of the spirit channeling plan. Addendum 1. Mental instability in the maiden has been deemed the cause of the past Sovereign's rampancy. Countermeasures must be considered. Addendum 2. In line with plan adjustments, the current subject will have its main registration revoked, and be returned to its original household. Whew! It's showing landing structures. You can see pipes for transporting astronaut juice sticking out of them. Sweet googly moogly.
Only 2 sovereigns in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all. I knew what I was already, so it's not like it's a surprise or anything. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it, just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah, we wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
That's right. No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on us to guide you back. To remind you where home is.
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll be okay now.
Save it so we don't lose all that reading progress we made. Okay. You see lots of numbers. Looks like logs of alignment between subject and letting is proper. Nice, like that other screen we just saw. Notice. This area will now be shut down as the project proceeds to the final phase. I'm getting so many like near vibes. Great Dell. It's equipment for monitoring subjects. It probably has a failure disposal mechanism as well. Treasure. Oh, 3 life balls. A room unchanged over 3 centuries. It's like time itself has stopped here.
Naori,
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Rena never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell. His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... if I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes. And this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me, and made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
I'm still convinced she's the final boss. She is Genova. Let's go. Mage negative to the minute or dance able to will cause their victims up. Oh. Forbidden zone classified area. Treasure. A heavy tree. A useless room. A potted plant, a jarred plant. Michael.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course.
It's the ceremony chamber.
After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. This is where the Renis Alma was.
What's up, Trey? Welcome in the chat.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Bro, this game's getting wild.
Naori.
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening.
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen, the Sovereign, was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse on to my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Danan voice speaking through her?
Hey, new clothes.
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this Is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Shion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shion. You included.
It's a different sword handle.
Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop.
We had a new weapon? New weapon too? Along with new clothes?
Thank you, Naori.
Still convinced she's the final boss. Still. Maybe down a tick. Maybe we went from 99.9%
So
to
Naori sealed
99.3.
away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Shion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony, and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories
Is the reason for your curse.
The thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No, the truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself, and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead, and it's for my sake, so I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Latest maiden. More ag. Advanced countermeasures. All allies. Oh, gimme. That's good too. That's good. I just had a thought. If the final boss Naori and all her descendants had that curse, but couldn't be touched, how did they procreate? Food for thought. Sordil Arthalos. 1. A sword given to the chosen sovereign that draws out all their latent power, so as to carry out the spirit channeling ceremony. Gam Arthalos. Ceremonial garb given to the chosen sovereign, granting them the endurance to withstand the immense power of the spirit channeling ceremony. A's Fiorquis. Ceremonial garb given to the chosen maiden, capable of interfering with astral energy, and sworn to contain the sovereign's power. She's the same gun. Alright, one thing I want to change. Oh, doesn't go. That's a thing. I've seen it a lot IRL. Women can just like make all their hair just like disappear into the back of their head. It's very impressive. Now she looks like Shion again. Dang, we're all still like dead. Sword looks cool. Didn't notice.
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences, least of all those between Renans and Danans.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible. And then she saved my life by sending me back home to Dana.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people. It sounds like she was quite the hero, all right. A truly caring person.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The ones separating the Renans from the Danans, or herself from others. She had no need for them.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can aspire to.
Pedestal were readiness almost at 300 years ago. Now I guess no trace of power.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
Sasha's
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
We're about to fight a boss. It's boss time. Let's watch this.
We're a long way from the residential quarters now. It looks completely different.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, this place... it reminds me more of being back inside the Wedge.
Except the Danon astral energy feels even stronger here.
In a portion of the city reserved purely for the Renin Sovereign.
Maybe he just has strange tastes?
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference, we would be talking from centuries ago. Or perhaps even further back. Still, this isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic circles. So what is it then?
Hold up, decadence? Artistic circles?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch, eccentricity for the sake of it. I'd be happy to illuminate you further.
That depends. Does it involve you buying me lunch?
The void that art fills isn't the stomach, it's the soul.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside your head.
Shut up!
Touch the mysterious power. Alright, let's go.
Volron! He really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in a machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but... are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible?
Doesn't look like comfortable shit. What the what?
What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
They're not feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Alvin. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good horse. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand.
Because they're dark.
That'll bring you down. Holy land! Illuminate the
Allow me to help.
Illuminate the dark! Come forward!
They have so much HP.
Illuminate the dark! Everlasting dark! Negative gate! Illuminate the dark!
Sorry.
Illuminate the dark! Come forward!
You picked the wrong fight. I owe you one.
Illuminate the dark!
I'll smash you!
Illuminate
Can't
the
get
dark!
out of
Magic
this.
is in!
You're mine! Devastation!
Illuminate blah blah blah!
Flame inside me.
Holy land! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy land! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer!
Rising Wyvern! Rising
Holy
Phoenix!
land! I never illuminate the
Show the
dark!
helmet.
Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy land! Illuminate the dark! Come forth!
What's
Holy
up?
glimmer! Illuminate the dark! Magic is here! Holy land!
I don't think this is the final boss battle. It might be the final boss.
Holy land!
This one's mine!
Punch him.
Save you! Dance on the wind!
Holy land!
Spam light magic.
Holy land!
Eat dirt! No further!
You get the gist. Holy land! I'll heal you all! You get the gist. Holy land!
Oh no.
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer!
Everlasting dark!
Searing flame! Holy land! Illuminate the dark! Come forth!
Oh, perfect dodge.
Illuminate magic is in! Holy land! You get the gist. Illuminate! Holy land! I never miss!
One health bar down.
Close one! Gotcha!
Ready and ready!
Illuminate the dark!
Now you see what I can do!
I'm off the holy land! Annihilation! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy land!
No further!
Hear my call! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy land!
They could have given him more voice lines for the spells.
Illuminate the dark! Come
Or more
forth!
light spells. Oh no. Heal me. Thank you.
You picked the wrong fight!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy land!
Let's go.
Natural defenses are failing. I'm a sitting duck.
Retreat from this battle!
Holy land!
Retreat? I would never.
Illuminate the dark!
Oh, I have like no items too. Oh shoot. We have grape gels.
Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy land!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Well, that hit no one.
This one's illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy land! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy land! Healing art! I can't heal you
Get out of
forever!
this!
Just what the doctor ordered!
Severing wind!
Holy land!
Now you see what I can do!
Illuminate the dark!
It looks so funny running around.
Holy land! Radiant flood here!
Severing wind!
Illuminate magic is there! Here's evil! Holy land! Close one! Got
Don't suffer in silence!
Holy land! First aid!
Not today!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Resuscitation!
Thank you.
This one's mine! I still got some fight left in me!
Heal! Take this!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy lamp!
Burn in hell! The soaring
Illuminate the here goes! Annihilation! Holy lamp!
You picked the wrong fight! Heal!
Why does he get the?
Magic is there!
Why did he get like 3 in a row?
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy lamp! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Watch and bloody! Holy lamp! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy lamp!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Better!
Not today!
Here's evil! Holy lamp! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy lamp!
Take this!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy lamp! Burning? Where are you going?
Here I come!
Ready to go!
I can carve through armor!
Holy lamp!
Double demon fang!
Illuminate! Better! Lightning! Downfall! Holy lamp! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy lamp! I'm going to need to use all my healing. Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy lamp! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer!
Why would you use such an expensive spell?
Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy lamp!
Take this!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer!
Shattering pieces! Attack!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy lamp!
Punishment?
You pay for that!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy lamp! I'll bring you back from death.
Burn!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy lamp! Stay! Where are you going? Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy lamp! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy lamp! Here, let me help.
Begin!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy lamp!
They smite with blackened flame! Pissed off! Eat dirt!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy lamp!
Double demon! Bang!
Illuminate the dark! Holy glimmer! Holy
Armor won't save you! Swordblade Alpha!
Here! Take some!
Did they heal me? Oh, they did.
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy lamp!
Heal!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy
Stay
lamp!
away from my friend!
Out of the woods, it seems.
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy lamp! In the sky is mine!
Negative gate!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy lamp! That'll bring you down!
Heal!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy lamp!
Oh, we're out of speed.
Shattering?
There's another gold gel.
Pieces! I'm gonna show you what my art can do! Illuminate the dark! Shine! Holy Land! Illuminate the dark! Touch forth! Holy Glimmer! Back into the fray! Holy Land! Illuminate the dark! Dream! Illuminate the dark! Touch forth! Holy Glimmer! Holy Land! Illuminate the dark! Touch forth! Holy Glimmer! Illuminate the dark! Touch forth! Holy Glimmer! Holy Land! Burning strike! Water! Hear my call!
On your knees. No. Can't end here. I couldn't make it in time. Forgive me.
Resuscitation! Illuminate the dark! Touch forth!
Take.
I owe you one.
Win! That'll bring you down! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy Land!
Holy Land! Save you!
Blah, blah, blah! Holy Land! Blah, blah, blah! I'm going to need to use all the Holy Land healing arts to accomplish this!
This one's all mine! You picked the wrong
Blah,
one!
blah, blah!
I owe you one!
Holy Land! You get the gist! Holy Land! Blah, blah, blah! Holy Land! Water!
Swallow blade!
Here!
Demon Fang!
I'm out of ammo!
Inside me! Yours might be
Illuminate the dark! Annihilation! Holy Glimmer! Holy Land! Annihilation! Lightning! Downfall! Illuminate the dark! Touch forth! Holy Glimmer! Holy Land!
Benediction light.
Illuminate the dark! Touch forth! Holy Glimmer! Holy Land! Hear my call!
Anything in armor is all mine.
Illuminate the dark! Touch forth! Holy Glimmer!
Carve through armor.
Here I come! Freeze laser! That'll bring you down!
Sunlit flash! Burn!
Illuminate the dark! I'm going to Holy Glimmer! Holy Land! To accomplish this! Illuminate the dark! Touch forth! Holy Glimmer! Holy Land! Flame of fury! Burning strike! Radiant spear! Magic is there! I'm almost up! Holy Land! You get the gist! Holy Land! Let me help!
Take it!
Here's the healing art! First aid! Holy Land! Illuminate the dark! Touch forth! Holy Glimmer! Holy Land! Illuminate the dark! Touch forth! Holy Glimmer! Holy Land!
I'm ready!
Oh.
Impact Cross! Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
What? It's self-destructed?
Alphen!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much.
So you know this place?
Naturally. It was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart.
Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me?
You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Boran was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a
slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renan and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renan and Dana are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Serenus Alma!
It's too late. You can't stay here.
We need to go. Alphen!
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am...
Are you two okay?
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Is Volron... have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What, those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renus Alma. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now, those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renasalma in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Brennans or Danans.
Yeah, not in a good way like with us.
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human. Next thing you know, they're not actually human at all.
They definitely weren't Renan or Danan. I'm not even sure language would get through to them.
So what were they then? Human Zoogle hybrids?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day?
How about you, Shion? Dohalim? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the Red Woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena, and Shion's thorns.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a thing, though? To take us with them? Or in order to keep something hidden?
Both sound plausible to my ears. They took off with the Renasalma too, remember?
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
Hey boy, almost 5 hours in. Let's go. The ultimate course, said to have been born 5 or 6 minutes ago. Can I? Alright, we can't fast travel. Do we really have to run all the way back? Is there anything else up here? Really? God, I gotta run all the way back? Should be a cutscene break somewhere. Oh, come on. I don't wanna... Everyone's almost dead. Leave me alone.
lost!
You got spirit!
Slow him down!
I'm not using my last gold gel. I'm not using anything.
Nothing back! They smite with blackened blade! That may prove a thorn in our side.
Now you'll learn!
Ready! Let's cut our losses!
I'm a coward.
Break through!
For my lord! You're mine!
Okay, guys, think it's time to run.
Thankfully, that thing's gone.
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone?
Doe?
You two.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing. So she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegus is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegus from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegus right now?
Lenegus wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegus. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Elda Menancia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid. As people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegus, not the Lords and Sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among many. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegus, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Tarnigan's death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegus till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegus who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits.
Please let me fast travel. I'm all blurry again. What the heck? Whataburger napkin to the rescue. Whataburger napkin to the rescue. Why am I all blurry? Nice one, Ag. Renin leader. Ground dasher. I don't know what to get in everybody. She has so many circles not yet unlocked. Yes, please. Whatever.
Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
In one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
You, a Renin Lord? How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renin system, bound by its values, resigned to being swept along, without the resolve to take a stand. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, all I longed for was punishment. A lord. And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master. That's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
So much. Why am I so blurry? Wonder Napkin powers activate. Oh, we can't stop now. We have blurry mic up. Blurry the mic up. Great production quality, I know. Just get through with these scenes.
How long have you known
Known what?
about the darkness I carry inside me? You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter? But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
Why are you so mean? I didn't go to the... There's no way there's a shop, right? Oh, I have to run back. Why can't I use the fast travel thing? What cutscene am I gonna miss?
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
I don't care about that anymore. Wait. Oh, I didn't see all this armor stuff. Shoot. Alright. We'll use Rinwall the most. Why not?
Have you got... Guys, checked your... equipment lately?
Hey boy.
Kisara?
Sorry.
Among other things.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. But now, he's finally beginning to...
So, then why do you...
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking...
A pretty big child.
That's one way. All this has made me realize, if Dohalim can forge his own path ahead...
Okay. I'm getting a teensy bit impatient. Oh, I'm not blurry anymore. Nice. I just can't get over like the low-res picture of the space they used for this. I don't think there's any way I finish before I have to go to the basketball game. Let's go.
I thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renaissance. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What?
Man, they're freaky. Whoa, there's like a billion of them. By billion, I mean like 5. Oh, look, there's like 12. Oh, well, GG, we lost.
Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
That's Rena! So they want the astral energy to like rebuild the planet?
A flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
The Flower of Oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down! You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
The Death Star? Tractor beam? Obi-Wan Kenobi?
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more remnants here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
My question is, why am I blurry again? That is my question. But, if the red women or whoever they were wanted us dead, why didn't they just... If they're capable of, like, teleporting the ship, they could have blown the dang thing up.
Ah, Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh...
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask.
I guess I never really thought about it in those terms. It was either accept it for what it was, or come undone. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. I think I even forgot there was another way to live. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
It's fine. I know I'm not alone anymore.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're down? Even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little longer. But not forever. Alphen promised me that. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way, the day will come. And I'll be ready when it does.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
Oh my gosh.
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here?
Someone formidable enough to bring our starship along with us.
They must be here somewhere. Let's find them.
What? Zephyr's still alive?
Boo! Ah! What the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games, Rinwell!
Oh, come on. How am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too.
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try...
Oh, whoops. Why is there another one?
That beam of light joining Dana and Rena. It was the Renan side that it first came from, right?
That's what it looked like. And then the Danon side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld? To reawaken the Wedge and Lenegis?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dana's energy?
Try to stay calm. With so many factors we don't understand, dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you? You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
Oh my gosh. Laura, oh. For science. Okay. Would have been a good spot for some treats, but okay.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that? It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil. The Red Women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's Great Spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this Great Spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct.
The great astral spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the great spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it without question throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this great spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrect 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's great spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegus are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy, and the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed, and it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegus was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrect 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegus has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Phasal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
I think I was being ambitious when I said I was going to finish it today. It seems to manage. Have wrecks, 35's condition, lots of valid signs are displayed. Looks kind of wedgy.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevric 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out.
Great astral spirit, Linda. Oh. Looks just like that other room, kind of.
Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevric 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Have you guys lived up here in Dag Fazel with Hevrek 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrek 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquill have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquill themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquill, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrek 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions. Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquill.
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
I called it.
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a
Called
nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquill.
I called it. I called it. I so called it.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't. But there are Helganquill. That's what the name literally means in their language. People of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquill are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use Astro Arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and...
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while.
Doubt it. I called it. Y'all can't say I didn't call it. I called that. Renans aren't real.
Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contest began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevric 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over, before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot.
If you're feeling tired, I can offer you a place to rest. That is, if you don't mind sleeping in one of our hibernation chambers. We don't need to rest. This is not going to be finished on this stream. I want to get to the start of the final dungeon. So the last final stream, which will probably just be later tonight. It's just going through and beating the game.
Everything we thought we knew. It was all just a fabrication that the Red Women, no, that the Helganquil made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Hevrek 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
Good, they're not idiots.
But if Hevrek 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
Can I? Wow, all these. Ooh, up and up, there is a place we can go. Why not have this place have a view of the whole planets and things going on? Makes no sense. Whew, this has been a long stream. Kisara, my girl, what's going on?
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans and the Great Spirit and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Danans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Danan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Danans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Danans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain, in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
Okay. What's the point? You found me, Collapsed again, and helped me back up. Well, I appreciate it. Thanks to you, I continue to go about my research. 5 happy bottles. Nice. Did the Renans on Lennigus lose control of their Zoogles? I suppose it's plausible. But with all the astral energy flowing through the place, in which case the arts that they were keeping them in line must have been disrupted. I doubt it was otherwise the work of the Great Spirit. I agree, it's hard to believe that such a massive consciousness could deliberately conceive and then carry out such a localized phenomenon.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Danan mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Danans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dana anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Danans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down. And there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah. I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Danan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That Great Spirit worries me too, though. Dana's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Everett 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dan is still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
These are Dake phase-all construction plans showing essential other shafts, multiple circular. Okay. The overseer will not likely remain for us for the time being as the Vossans continue to show us stable. Despite their appearance, their biology is surprisingly close to us. Isn't that just utterly fascinating?
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
To say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain, putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in. If we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis, or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us, and the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator, so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably, as the one and only blazing sword. I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Just tell him the other planet was a huge dick and messing with people. Where's Law? What's up, my guy? Oh my. I still really like this game. Holy crap, the past several hours have been a slog.
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live. And I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons. But I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do, or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about. All I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it, before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Danan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved, just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering, she said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world. And it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy, but it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Xion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Xion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Xion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Xion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Xion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's great spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorn's connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the great astral spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is. Our minds are made up. Let's go give Hevric 35 our answer.
Later. I gotta get off. I need to go to this basketball game. Yeah, that'll do it for the stream. I'll be back on hopefully later tonight. Possibility tomorrow morning for the actual final day. Yeah. That'll do it. If you're watching this on YouTube, post your favorite anime. Like, comment, subscribe, follow on Twitch, twitch.tv/themicah21. MTG Untapped podcast came out today. It was a good one. Our season finale, episode 52. And thank you to everyone who came out. Jonesy, Josh Jones, Dante, Rock and Reload, thanks for going into the chat. Trey _Reyes3, thanks for hanging out in the chat for a little bit. Yeah, that'll do it for the stream. It's gonna be a very, very long YouTube video, 6 hours, 20 minutes. All right, that's gonna do it. God bless y'all. Hope to see y'all later tonight.